Hello. Hello, hello, hello. Hello. Happy Saturday. Welcome to Lumberjack Hour. I'm Cloverkin. I'm just kidding. I'm wearing a lot of flannel lately, so felt right to say it. I will admit to it. It's okay. Sometimes you're wearing it. Honestly, it's not flannel. I learned flannel is a fabric and plaid is a pattern. So I'm actually wearing plaid, but I don't know what it's made out of. Polyester, maybe? Maybe a cotton blend. I'm not sure. Hi, Dragon Wall. How are you doing? Happy Saturday to you too. Let's see. Alright, today I'm going to be doing some painting. Watercolor painting. I've got this snake oil merchant here. Literally snake oil. And then I've got this one. We did all these sketches on last week's stream. So, then there's this little, I forget what you call them, a tollway bug. I don't know, I'm just noticing now I forgot a ton of lines. But that's okay, because mostly these lines are going to disappear anyway. Flat flannel? Yeah, let's go with that. That's solid. I see nothing wrong here. Though I'm not sure which one I want to do first, honestly. God, I even forgot back there. I'll talk about my process in a minute, because then I can actually look at my lines and see how bad I did. I did rush these. Admittedly, I rushed the line work because we had sketched them last week, and I haven't had time to properly line them. But the thing is, it's okay if I don't, because I'm just going to reline them again anyway after I'm done painting them. So it doesn't matter. Whatever, I guess. Does anybody have one they'd want me to do? Do you like tollway? Ancient donut? Or snake oil? Snake oil's a little bit bigger, but that's okay. I'm okay, honestly, doing any of them. Hi, Pylon. How you doing? So snake oil, ancient donut, or tollway? Anybody have one they'd want to see over the other ones done first? I mean, ideally I'd do all of them today, but I have no idea how I'm gonna feel. Don't know where this is gonna go. I might just have a meltdown within 20 minutes. I don't know. Streams are crazy. Anything can happen. The tollway? Thank you, Badger. How are you, by the way? It's been a while. Hi, Cavendish. Yeah, I like the tollway one too. Gonna have to find my pencil. Honestly, actually, I'm gonna text Gabe to bring me one of my pencils. Pencil and sharpener. I don't know what it is. I get enough time to think about everything all the time, except when I'm about to stream, and then it's like suddenly I forgot everything and I can't remember what I'm doing. Please, yeah, your latest project was awesome. You did great. Like, I think you're gonna go pretty far with those things, Pylon. You got really good in a short amount of time. Pretty proud of you. You've been grinding. Burned out with applying for jobs, coming up on my first year unemployment, and it's boring as hell. Yeah. Oh my god. I remember my first time I was unemployed, and I think it was around 2010. Oh my god. All I did every day was, this is really pathetic, because these aren't even the shows I would watch anyway, but I was watching Teen Mom religiously. I don't know why. And eating too many breath savers. There always seems to be that one food that the unemployed adheres to. Everybody's got their own thing. Some it's chips, some it's chocolate, some it's ice cream. Mine was breath savers. And there is a point where you can have too many of them. And I don't want to say I overdosed on breath savers, but I got dizzy. It was really messed up. I stopped for a while and I felt better. So maybe I had too many. I don't know. They're candy. Regardless, it's candy. So I understand. Is there a snack that you adhered to during your unemployment? I'm very curious. Because I feel like everybody has one. I'm just saying. Tortilla chips and cheese, see? There's always one. For real. Everybody's got one. It's the strangest thing. I don't know. Anyway. I'm calling that out. Just saying. I feel like there's always one. It's your comfort food for the fact that you're unemployed. The problem with being unemployed wasn't so much that I was bored or anything. It was more that I just felt like no one wanted me as a worker. And I knew I was... God, that's going to sound egotistical. But I knew I was a good worker. I knew I could do a lot of good things and all these things. But I don't know. I get it. It's just, it makes you feel like you feel very just unwanted, and it's weird because it's not in a romantic sense or anything like that. So it's not like you can just brush it off, but it's your capabilities. You know what I mean? I might use Ancient Donut as a warm-up. I don't know. Does anybody else have any weigh-ins on whether they want me to do the snake oil, Tollway, or Ancient Donut? I think no matter what, I'm going to do this one as a warm-up. Right? Doesn't it feel that way? Well, know that you're not. I mean, you're not unqualified, right? You're just, I don't know. Some places, especially now, some places just wouldn't hire anybody, even if they had a, rocket science degree or some crap. It's probably not your fault, okay? Just know that. It's not your fault. It's the state of things. It's stupid. Alright, I have a cup here of brushes. I'm going through a bunch of them. I don't even know which one I want right now. Okay. Anybody have anything good happen to them this week? Or bad and you want to talk about it? Or maybe you have plans for next week. You're excited about it. Also acceptable. I'll cover this side up so I don't harm it, what have you. I'll show my paints over here too. Typically I don't, but I've shown them this time. And if any of my patrons are here, next week, probably Tuesday, I'll be putting up a Patreon update that tells about what I'm doing next. And it has to do with apparel. And it's not my first foray into the clothing, whatever. I actually made a lot of shirts and things for the companies I used to work for in a few places. So I've done it before. I just haven't done it for my own brand yet. So hopefully I can get that going. Oh, that sharpener? Okay.
You want a different one?
Well, there was the electric one.
Oh, is it?
It should have been right there. That's okay. This is fine. I can, yeah, I'll be good. Thank you. You like the donut? Oh, you were ill? I'm sorry. Was it just out of nowhere illness? Like you were just sick for no reason? Gabe and I got our shots, our second shot 2 weeks ago now. And I was told that we would get sick. We didn't get sick exactly. We were heavily fatigued. And our arms felt like someone had like electrified a dagger and stabbed us with them. But other than that, we didn't get sick, which was nice. Okay, it's been a minute since I've watercolored. I'll do a light wash regardless here. Ancient Donut will be our warm-up today. Ancient Donut. Ancient Donut. Does anybody watch Space Jam, the new one? I've heard so many bad things. And I am not surprised. Honestly, I expected as much. I was not expecting anything better. I heard things like Porky Pig rapping, and I'm over it. I'm already, like, I've written it off. Don't need to see it. But if somebody has a case that says, hey, give it a shot, I'll hear you out. Maybe. Oh, thank you. What? Why are you laughing?
Nothing.
What?
It's just, I thought it was supposed to be plugged in. I forgot it.
Oh, you dork. No. Thank you. Oh, good job, Pylon. Caffeine withdrawal, yeah. So Gabe and I recently have started doing like coffee, tea every other day. So it's like getting the coffee out of there, you know? It's a decent way to do it if you have like caffeinated tea, because it's a little bit less than, you know, coffee, so it's like you're coming down gradually. Anyway. No, I didn't, Pylon. Huge floods, really? Well, I'm glad you didn't get hit either. That's scary. God, I hate flooding. We almost had a flooding situation at our new house the day we were moving in. Really bad first impression. It's funny because it hasn't happened since, but when we moved into this new place in April, it was pouring rain. Every time we've moved in the past 10 years, it's been horrible. Like, it was either the last time before that we moved, it was like below zero. It's like 4 below zero, wind chill, blizzard, like tons of snow. We had to drive 3 hours and it ended up being a 4-hour drive. It was terrible. And I was like, you know what? That's the worst that can probably happen, right? It can't get worse than that. Really, it can't. Actually, it kind of could. Turns out, having rainwater is almost worse than having a blizzard and really cold temperatures, because you have to keep everything dry as you're moving it out. Oh, God. That was its own thing. Like, and while we were doing it, you know, it was pouring, and it was like the 4th day of pouring rain in this area. So everything was saturated, so it was starting to flood. So it was getting closer to the house. It was like 2 inches from coming into our garage, and once it came into the garage is like not level, so it would have just pooled and then come into the house because it's an attached garage. My mind was going crazy. So it was at the garage, and then like on the other side of the house we have a sliding door, and it was almost up to the level of coming into the house there too. So I was freaking out. And since then I've bought like this, you can buy these. They're like portable pumps. And if you don't have a sump pump, if you have a basement and your basement floods or something, or any area of your lawn or whatever floods, you can buy these portable pumps, and all you do is you hook up a hose to them. And kind of, honestly, they're shaped like my water thing here. They're shaped like this, and the bottom has this like almost grid-like pillow that the water goes into, and it sits kind of on top of it, and it floats. And once it reaches a certain height, it starts pumping it through the hose. And all you gotta do is hook it up to electricity, and it'll pump it out. So I bought one of those just in case this ever happens again, because I got the wits scared out of me. Not cool. I just hate flooding. It's honestly one of the scariest homeowner things I think that can happen, because water damage is like basically irreversible. I feel like that and fire, those two, like, you can't really come back from that. You have to start over. So I'm always really afraid of that. So I'm glad you didn't get hit, Pylon, really. Ugh. Creeps me out just thinking about it. Ugh. Surprisingly, she didn't move in. Wow. What did she do? Like, did she have to just find somewhere else and tell the people that, hey, I didn't move in because I couldn't? Like, your place was flooded? Or what happened? How did she get out of that, I guess? Like, how do you do that after you've signed everything? Is there like, what's the word? Stipulations and like situational things? I noticed on my last stream I was wearing plaid too. It's funny. I'll try not to wear a plaid every stream, but it just seems to be happening. I don't know. That's good. Well, I'm, blessing in disguise. I'm glad she figured that out that day instead of moving in fully and finding out later. That would have been a whole nother headache, honestly. I'm gonna make this inner part really dark, I think. Hi, Kat, you are here. What is the Midwest like in the middle of the summer? Well, depends on the year. But this year it's ridiculously hot. Let's see, the beginning and middle of June, it was like 90 with 80% humidity, somewhere in there. It felt like Florida. It was awful. Honestly, it's kind of similar to anywhere else in the summer. It's just more humid than not humid. We'll say that. You're resting now? Well, Kat, it's your birthday weekend. Go do your thing. I didn't use your paints this weekend because you weren't going to be around, so I planned for that. So next weekend, I'll for sure use the wonderful paints you sent me. I'm so excited for those. But I'm holding off until you're there so I can squee while you're there. Be excited then. But yeah, happy birthday, Kat. Happy birthday. When was your official birthday day? Did that already happen, or is that this weekend, like, officially? Thank you again for the paints and the little package you sent me. I am so happy. It really made my day. I don't get many things like that, honestly. I guess I'd consider it friend pen pal mail, so I never get that. If anybody wants to send me anything, my address is below the video. If you're watching on desktop, you can send it to my P.O. box. I also added an Amazon wish list below the video, just for fun. I hadn't done that before, so last week I added that down there. So that's full of a bunch of useless things I don't need, but would be fun. And most likely, actually, I will. If anybody buys anything from there, I will for sure send you something back. Typically an original. I will send you some sort of original back to surprise you. So, there's that. No pressure, though. Oh, it's on Tuesday. Okay. Okay. Well, I hope regardless that you have a very relaxing weekend this weekend. You deserve it. What island? Oh my gosh, you're at an island? I'm guessing it's somewhere in Canada. Canada. That sounds great though, to be on an island right now. Not too shabby, girl. And for my Clover card collectors and devoted Dandikin, your Clover cards are on the way. So there's that. That's a coming. Trying to figure out what this would look like. Pretty sure it would just be teal, but I'll have to add in more of the water effects later. Let's assume the sun's over here hitting the water. Blot it. Cool. Canada's so pretty. I've always wanted to visit. Especially when I was living in Minnesota, I was like, Canada's so close. Why don't I just go to Canada? I never did. I'm a doofus. Maybe someday. Now I'm in Illinois. A little bit further away from Canada than I'd like to be. One of the things I wanted to do with this painting was to show the donut underwater from up higher. Like that. It's basically what I wanted. I don't know what it is nowadays, but people just seem so much more thankful for their situations. I don't know if it's because everybody's been through the ringer in the past couple years or what, but like you saying right there that you're lucky, Kat, is, I love hearing people, acknowledging that they're lucky. I think that's really cool. Hearing that and that you'd say that, and people just being aware of their situations, I think is really cool. Put some reflecting water in here, color water, because honestly this was one of my favorite things when I'd go boating, is seeing the reflection of the water and all the like caustics, I think, in the when you go through a channel, seeing all the like the bouncing of the light and the colors on the inside of things when you go under something in a boat. It's one of my favorite things. Probably won't be able to replicate that exactly, but it is one of my favorite things. I miss boating. I kind of wish I could boat again. If I get rich, I'm gonna get a little boat. Tiny boat. Almost like a fishing boat with maybe a motor. Or I might just paddle it. I don't know. I think that's great, Kat. I'm so happy for you. That's so good. Man, I missed watercoloring. Can't remember the last time I was watercoloring. Do you guys remember last stream I watercolored? I don't. If you do, that was probably the last time I actually did it. I'm trying to remember what it was. Oh, it was the frog. It was the frog and the cattail. So maybe a month or so ago? It's been a minute. Every time I'm doing these things that are layered a bunch, I have to kind of think about how they're layered and what's behind them and which parts I want to include. So this would be a good bit darker right here. I love layers of things when it comes to this sort of stuff. I'm gonna make this a lot brighter. Maybe some yellow. I'll dab that a bit. Put some more yellow. Yeah. I'm glad you like seeing that. Okay, I'm gonna share something with you guys. Okay? I said I wasn't gonna do this, but I'm too excited. And once I get it in the mail, I'm gonna have to figure out, what I need to fix and everything. But right now, okay, so you guys know my tarot cards I was working on? Okay. So I'm working on, let me see if I can change how bright it is. not only shirts, but my tarot shirts. Putting my tarot cards on shirts. So this is the Hermit shirt. And on the back it says the Hermit. And on the sleeves it's got the number of the card on it. So I thought it'd be really cool to have tarot shirts. So I was working on the Hermit. I've got the Fool, because these would just make fun shirts anyway, saying like, you know, you're the Fool, whatever. Anyway, a way for you to like express your inner whatever, right? So the Fool, I've got the Hangman, but I don't know if I'm going to do that one next, but the Fool, and I've got High Priestess, Hermit, Fool, Lovers, High Priestess, Hangman. I think that's all I've got right now. So definitely the Fool I think would make another good one because that's a moth. But the funny thing is I did an all over. So the rest of the shirt is all my sketchbook texture. It's all over. So I don't know, I'm excited. I want to make sure it's good quality before I start, you know, putting it out there. But I'm excited. I think it'll be fun. Because I'm going to start releasing those tarot cards that I was doing. Not necessarily as, you know, a tarot card deck, but because I don't have the time to do that, unfortunately. But I was picking away at the major arcana, so I can, you know, start putting those out. I wanted to do them as prints and bookmarks, so hopefully I can do that soon. I just got out half of the Patreon rewards I have to do for the month, and then I have to do the Guardians and get back to doing portraits. But when I'm doing portraits, I can kind of split up my day, so that should work out pretty nice. You like it? Oh, good. I'm glad you like it, Kat. I'm excited for it. I've done shirts a lot in my past, just never for my work. So when I was living at Vaughn House, Tyler had started doing shirts, and I thought it was a fun idea. And, you know, he had given me some pointers and places to go for that, and we've been looking at that. A couple other friends have started doing shirts, so I was like, oh, I'll give it a go. But I wanted to do it so it's got some purpose. So that's why they're the tarot shirts. And I haven't seen that before. I haven't seen anybody doing like tarot-based shirts, you know, making them look cool. But honestly, think about it. A lot of tarot cards would make really good shirts. So figured I'd give that a go. Yeah, that works. Slow. This one guy isn't really emailing me back as often as I'd like, so I've only gotten probably halfway on one this past week, so not as quick as I'd like. Plus, I'm starting to pick away at the side commissions I've got that people have been waiting a long time for, so I've got at any given time about 5 things I have to be doing, where this shirt thing is like on the side. But I gotta do something for my brain, for myself once in a while, otherwise I'll go crazy. But it's really slow going. I thought I only had 20 commissions left, but it turns out I'm closer to 30. It was 20 until I was caught up, which I am no longer able to get to that point. So now the total is 30 something. So I'll get there. It'll just take time and hopefully more patience from people. I feel so bad. When I go back to doing cons next year, I'm not gonna do commissions the same way. So I have a lot to impart to anybody who is very curious about doing commissions. I can help you with knowing what not to do. But honestly, again, I always want to blame myself, but it is not my fault. COVID happened. I had to get extra work to pay for things because all my cons were canceled. So, not my fault. If it were my fault, I would totally fess up. I am fine with blaming myself when I am to blame. But I'm not to blame this time. Maybe I should put some algae up the side of this. I don't know. Oh, Serenity. God, 38 months. So wait a minute. Does that mean... I forget if you subbed to me right when we became, like, friends. How many years is 38 months? Does anybody want to do that math? Oh, I love doing reflections in water. So subtle, but can do so much. Let's see, what kind of figure should this be? A red or orange figure would work well. I don't know if I want it to work with the colors or against them. Gosh, I don't even know. I'll have to give that a thought. So I have to think about this character and what kind of, like, ancient they are. Do they worship the sun? Do they worship the water? Do they worship this donut? Who are they? And what do they do? Who is your daddy and what does he do? I'm going to switch to one of the other paintings in a minute, though. This was going to be my warm-up. And I would say I am warmed up. Pretty sure. Maybe green? Maybe green. You know what? I'll go against my better judgment here and do green, just because it's kind of in the palette already. It won't be too jarring. It's kind of yellow, too. We'll just do that. Oh, that was really, really bright. So Gabe and I have been watching a bunch of things, honestly, but it's always while we're working or something else. But we were watching Loki, Winter Soldier, and what was the other one? Oh, and just Simpsons. Honestly, Simpsons is easy to have in the background since I know them so well. It's really weird. It's like I remember them like they happened yesterday, and I've watched them a million times when I was a kid. Really strange. It's weird when you thought you wouldn't remember something and you totally do. What have y'all been watching? And don't worry, if I talk about any show, I'll do it without spoilers. Like, Loki was fun, but I feel like the last episode had a lot of exposition. Like, way too much. Been watching only Pirates of the Caribbean. Oh, yeah? The movies? Those are fun. Those are nice to have in the background. Oh, I wanted to watch Castle. I love Nathan Fillion. Is that cute? Somebody was saying that every episode of Loki was like a different Infinity Stone. Like it represented one. That'd be cool. I like fan theories. They're fun. I never watched Bones. That's with David Boreanaz, right? What's a go-to show for you? Like for anybody here? What can you just put on and watch a million times? For me, it's probably Xena. I have Xena basically on rotation all the time. If you've never seen Xena fully, you should, because it's really good. Like in its entirety, minus the 6th season. The 6th season is so bad. So bad. It's basically like when artists release albums and they have all those B-sides, you know, that are spread out throughout singles. I guess newer kids don't know this. History lesson. When music was not streamed, it would be released on albums and CDs and whatever. They would release a single from the upcoming album, and they would do that a few times, and then they'd release the full album, which had the singles on it. Now, to entice people to buy the singles, they would put things that people are considering B-sides, and B-sides technically come from cassettes. Anyway, they're extra songs that aren't released anywhere else, or live versions, or remixes, things like that. So they would release these songs on the single CD so that you have a reason to buy the one song that's going to be on the next album anyway, right? It's to generate hype. So in like the whole B-sides thing, like it just feels like it's extra, you know what I mean? Yeah, shows and binge watching. Princess Bride, yeah. So anyway, Xena, the 6th season, it felt like a bunch of extras that they wanted to do that didn't have anything to do with the main storyline, just thrown into the 6th season. Because the 6th season doesn't have anything to do with like any timeline, any character arcs, nothing. They're just thrown together. So if you watch Xena, it technically ends the last episode of season 5. Just leave it at that. Don't even watch season 6. Don't do it. Save yourself some trouble. Plus, I hate what they did to Gabrielle. Anyway. Right? Singles were kind of fun. And they'd be cheaper. And when you're a kid, it's like, oh yeah, I can buy a thing. Anyway. Right? Cassettes and CDs? Yeah. Ooh. I think in my life, truth be told, I've only bought one cassette. And I was really young. So I was born in 86, so right now I'm like 35. My first CD that I bought was... I don't remember what my first CD I bought was. I know the first CDs I was gifted. I think the first CD I bought was Garbage. I'm pretty sure it was Garbage. Because I was gifted all these CDs that I didn't exactly like the bands. But the first cassette I bought, first and only cassette I bought, was a Bangles cassette. I loved the Bangles. I was like 6. I'm your brother's age? Oh no. Is that bad? Oh, you're talking about VHSs. Vitas. Cassettes. Audio cassettes, the little ones, not the VHS cassettes. Those are bigger. And then there were even smaller cassettes that were between the two called Beta. They played betas. They were a smaller version of a VHS tape. So there's audio cassettes that you listen to and you put in a boombox. Then there's beta cassettes that are beta tapes. They're like VHSs but smaller, and they required a certain player that was like huge. And anyway, I was kind of an AV nerd when I was a kid, and my dad had a beta player and a VHS player, and I would record. We would rent movies and we'd rip them way back when. So we would be playing one on one and the other one we'd be recording it, which like, whoa, no one was doing that at the time. Anyway. Okay. Yeah, I guess that's the same for us. We say tapes. So like video tapes and audio tapes. So I get it. It's the same sort of thing. Too young for audio cassettes. At least you know of them. That's points. You got points for that. Alright, I'm going to set this aside for right now, I think. I really want to make this darker, but I don't know if I should. Because this is supposed to be really dark. So honestly, I'm going to add some yellow. Maybe to this front bit. So it meshes more with this side here. So it's warmed up. Just a little bit. And then I'll come back to this and add a bunch of like white spots and things. But I forgot to tape these, so they're gonna get all wrinkly. I need to do that. I need to tape it. Let me see if I can go get some. I'll show you how to tape it down, but I gotta go get some tape. So I will be right back. Okay. Spring stickers, yay! It will be good for next year. Good job doing that. I've honestly started working little bit by bit on a little greeting card pack. So that bunny jackalope picture I did, that's going to be a Mother's Day card. Then I did a Minotaur dad and son, that's going to be a Father's Day card. So picking away at them is pretty nice. Shoot, I totally forgot scissors. Hold on. for scissors. So this is actually a blessing in disguise because I can show you exactly what I use for my boards. This is gonna look a little dumb, but honestly this is a tried and true method for Gabe and I when it comes to our paintings. And if you're like us and you kind of like to skip around and do multiple paintings, this is a good way to do it. So this is a brand new board. It's actually Aqua board. So it's spelled AQUABORD. It's by Ampersand. Ampersand. And they come shrink wrapped like this. These are actually canvases that you're supposed to use for painting. There you go. There's a amazing watercolor surface that I won't be watercoloring on. So that's a funny part of this. Is yeah, you're using it for painting, but you're not. So I don't like to use the white side because it's textured and it's actually for painting. We actually use the back and we tape paintings to the backs of these because they're really they're hard. They're not even like cardboard. It's wood, right? And they come in various sizes. I need the scissors. Hold on. But we also use this drafting tape. Now it's drafting tape, it's not masking tape. Masking tape, even though it looks like it tends to be a little bit more adhesive heavy. So if you're ever taping down a painting and you start pulling it up and the tape starts pulling at your painting, stop pulling, put it back down, get a hair dryer or something that's got heat that's pushing out, and then heat up this area, on the thing that's sticking, and then the adhesive will let go and you won't be tearing at your painting. So, ooh, a big project. Good for you. That's great. Well, I hope that works out. So I've got one painting here. This is the snake oil one. So this one fits rather nicely, actually, on this. So this is on an 8x10? 8x10 board? Something like that. Maybe it's a 9x12 board. So I can take this and tape it to it. Now, stupid me didn't give enough of a buffer around it, so this is gonna go pretty close to the edge. So you want to follow your nail along that edge too to make sure it gets there pretty good. And fold over the tape. Called you. Thank you. I'm gonna cut this. And this is the watercolor painting we just did. Set that aside. So you can already tell just with the little watercoloring I did how warped this got. Okay? And it's okay, I can straighten it later, but just so I don't have to do that in a later time, I'm going to tape down these other ones. And they'll still get a little bit warped, but not as bad. So you're really... Oh, thank you. So line work was actually done in Clip Studio. And I printed it out. And I'll show you that in a minute too. So basically, my process is to sketch it out in Clip Studio, and this is only for some things. Sometimes I want to just sketch right on the piece, and I'll do that sometimes. But lately I've been liking the process of doing the lines digitally, printing them out, painting over it, and then relining it again later. So technically all these lines will disappear, and then I'll be able to line it again with my typical colored pencil. But I usually line them in Clip Studio because Clip Studio has this wonderful stabilizer. And honestly, it's better than the Streamline option in Procreate, in my opinion. It's much easier to use. And I'm gonna go right here. Yeah. It's much easier to use. And I like how it looks. Streamline's a little bit weird because it's almost like it's acting like a vector shape, and it's like, oh, I'm not into that. So would you rather see this one get painted, the snake one, or the tollway? I'm kind of leaning towards the tollway. I think it looks fun. Might do that one. But if you want to see me sketch out these ideas, I did on last week's stream. So we went from nothing to something last weekend on stream, and then now I'm taking those drawings that we did and I'm painting them. So I'm going through the entire process so you can see it. So that's pretty fun. And then my counterpart, Gabe, will be streaming tomorrow on Twitch. He also does paintings and sculptures, and he does marker work like I do. We honestly both kind of dip into the same thing a lot. That's his info. That's true. Yeah, no motivation. But here. Honestly, I would like to do both of these today, but we'll see what happens. Typically what I like to do is have a couple paintings going at once so that when one is drying, you can work on the other one. Because when you're in a painting mode, you really should get on top of that. While you're feeling it, go with it, you know? So I'll start the tollway, but if there's a minute then that, the tollway kind of, I don't know, needs to dry, we'll switch over to the snake. Does anybody have any questions right away on watercolor or marker or anything like that, or what I'm doing? It's a good time to talk about it. Bye, Laura. Enjoy your dinner. I will be sending your package out next week. Sorry for the delay. Dinner, so that must mean it's like 10 o'clock. That's crazy. That's kind of around when we eat dinner. We typically eat dinner at like 8 to 10, somewhere in there. What am I painting? It is a scene of a bug who works a little stream tollway. Or at least this painting is. I've got two other paintings here. I'll show you in a second. I just wanted to show people how to tape a painting. And honestly, since I'm not like fine art or anything like that, I don't think I'd ever consider myself fine art. And you don't have to shoot to do fine art. If you're one of those people that does not want to spend, over 10 hours on a painting, you don't need to. You don't need to be, somebody that does that. I know everybody seems to think if you're a painter, you have to be like a painter. No. You take as much or as little time as you want on a painting. Typically, I'm painting at things that are this big. ATC size, we call it. So artist trading card sized. But if you're just starting off painting, I highly suggest doing it smaller than larger. It's going to be a lot better for you to learn things quicker by pumping out more quantity than quality at the time. So you want to make sure you get all of these little nooks and crannies, or else it ends up warped. And this just happened after the light coloring. So hours before you showed up, we painted this as a warm-up. And it's not done. It's probably about halfway right now. But I did a warm-up piece here. And it needs some gel pen work, further rendering and stuff like that. But we didn't tape it. It's my bad. So now we're taping these other ones before we get started on these. The first one here is a little bug tollway shot. And I'll show you the Clip Studio file in a second so you can see how it translated. And then the other one is a snake merchant who sells snake oil. So I'll see if I can kind of work on both of these simultaneously. Let's give it a go. So the other nice thing about working digitally with a painting first and then printing it out is that you always have that line work on lockdown. So if I just end up spilling all over this and really screwing it up, then just print out another one. It's okay. So on my iPad here in Clip Studio, got this file, and like I said, we were technically working digitally last week on the stream. So I was working on Clip Studio on the desktop last week, and then I transferred the file onto my iPad, and then I did the line work here. Okay, so technically it's missing a lot more. So the one we did on stream was a lot messier. It was like this. This is the one we did on stream. So after the stream, I went back and I lined it nicely, at least the parts I needed to. And it's gonna basically disappear once I start painting it anyway, the line work. It's just so I can get some bearings, and then detail comes later. So you don't need to really detail too much here. And honestly, I forgot a whole ton of lines here, over there. So it's nice to have this on hand so I know what I forgot. But we also had done that one last week. This one originally looked like, oh Lord. This one, okay. And then there was another one we did that I might do next weekend. It's a fae in a gourd house with a little caterpillar eating a leaf and a pill bug chilling in the window. So a little phase up there. So I might watercolor that next week. But this is a nice way to do it because then you can work out all the kinks and everything ahead of time. You also have, which is cool, a time lapse of it. So I try to include my time lapses with all my Patreon rewards for the $3 and up tier. $3 and up gets so many digital rewards, it's nuts. But I try to include these time lapses that you can basically see the conception of the whole thing to the actual final piece. And I try to make it so you can see the entire process. So like I said, from start to finish, this to line work, to printing, to flats, to watercoloring, to like the end process stuff. I try to record the whole process because I think it's educational. It'll help somebody, right? Let me used to use aquarelle as well. It became difficult to color my work, so I started using coloring Photoshop. And digital programs are good to test your colors in and such before actually painting. It's nice. Overall, you'll want to keep like a 50-50 balance of using digital programs and traditional media. If you go too far one side or the other with them, you're going to end up a little bit imbalanced in your skills, and a lot of, if not all, traditional skills translate to digital, where digital skills basically do not go backwards. Like, they're not backwards compatible with traditional media. In fact, they actually hurt you a little bit because you learn to undo and all these other things, and you can't do that with traditional. So usually that's why a lot of people push that you do traditional media first and then take what you learn there to digital. It's okay, Badger. Take your time. Okay, so I'm going to pencil in a few things here just so I know where the water's going. Because I totally forgot to put it in. And it's also just good to learn to not go back and undo things. It's good to just learn how to deal with your mistakes and turn them into part of the piece. That's really the gift and curse of traditional mediums. You can actually do that. So to get the texture, if you start digitally painting on, like, you can download watercolor paper textures, bring that into your file, and then get some watercolor brushes, digital brushes, and use those on the watercolor texture. And sometimes people do it and you can't even tell the difference. Oh no, what were you gonna get at the music store? Yeah, if you need me to explain how to do that, I can. Let's do the water first. So now I'm doing wet on wet, which is basically you put down water and then I'm gonna drop some pigment into it. And this is one way to do some watercolor. You want to give it a second to kind of absorb the water though. Otherwise it can kind of pool and, all that. So give it a minute to make sure you got everything. Look at it tilted and you can see where the shine is. But I also really like using gouache with watercolor because it goes over watercolor. So you usually want to do watercolor first and then put your gouache on top. Gouache is like this nice mix of both watercolor and acrylic, but it's not technically, it's just how you use it. Yeah, let me know if you need help. Since there are no rules to this thing, you can mix media till, you can't anymore. So I'm going to kind of put down what I'm considering a flat, but it's not technically a flat. I just want to get some water down here. I'm going to try to omit the spots I know will be white from the like the water like waving and stuff. or at least make it really light. So what I should have done is this. I always just think of the direction the water is going. You can't really see that, but it is pretty close. Right now I'm not using gouache. I'm using watercolor first. Later on I'll be using gouache, and it's usually I use either Winsor Newton or Holbein. Right now I think I'm using Winsor Newton watercolors. So pretty basic, not too high end, not too low end. They're decent. I don't have any complaints. Used to play violin. Oh, cool. Used to, so you don't play anymore? Where should I ask? I'm a first-time viewer and I'm just joined your Discord. Oh, cool! Thank you for joining. Where should you ask what? You can ask anything anywhere. I do a lot more tutorials and behind-the-scenes stuff on my Patreon, too. If anybody's curious about that, I have a lot of different things on my Patreon for all different types. So, Norcalius. I'm gonna just call you King. I think every time you come in, I call you King. How you doing, man? How you been? Oh, really? Just too much work, or how do you feel about it? All is well. Glad to hear it, buddy. Glad to hear it. The nice thing about watercolor is there's so many different styles that you can do with it. There's so many different looks. You know, you want to do realism, you want to do like just a random style that looks really, you know, I don't know what you call it, kind of graphic designy. You can do that. There's no real rules to any painting, any art supplies, anything like that. Like, I use pastels with markers. I learned to do that on my own. That's just how I like to use things. So, as far as mixed media goes, you know, use what you feel like using. If you like how one medium works and you want to try it with another one, go for it. You'll figure out your own little, like, what would you call it? A work pipeline. Like a pipeline. You'll figure out how to make it work. I'm gonna drop in some more, this brighter green. And the fun thing about watercolors, you can tip it and it'll change how things look. You can also drop water into certain areas to get them to act differently. I didn't want that to go in the water. And then you can pull them, push and pull the paint. It's fun. Just remember to play when you're doing your art, you know? Like today I'm having a more of an experimental day. Like I have days where I just want to paint a very specific way, you know, and I'll put my efforts into doing that, but sometimes I just want to play. And I think it's good not to lose that, because that's where you're going to grow the most, is when you're just kind of playing around and, you know, when you see something you want to do and you want to be like, oh, I'll try that. Because then your motivation's there, you know? It's fun. Oh. Well, at least you can bestow your know-how to other people. That's worth something, I'd say. So then, you know, your experience and your expertise are not lost. I kind of had a similar situation where I was in gaming for like 10 years. I was making phone games and I was making computer games. And at one point I was like, you know, this isn't going where I wanted it to. So I left that to do my own thing, which is what I'm doing now. And I'm happy with that. But there is that part of you that's like, okay, I had pursued games since I was like 13, right? I decided at 13 I wanted to work on games, and I went to college for it. I did all that, and I, you know, got jobs in gaming. And then at one point, you know, when you decide that it's not all it's glitzed up to be and you decide to leave it, you have that day where you're like, was all of that wasted time? And you have to kind of not necessarily justify to yourself, but just have a moment where you validate that everything you learned was for a reason and that you could use it, and you could either tell people, you know, things you know, or, you know, you can use them another time, things like that, so you don't feel like it was wasted time, you know, because that's one of the worst feelings in the world, is that, you know, did I waste all this time and all these opportunities and all that? Like, was it wasted? And I think a lot of the time, no. Everything that you learn, you can use elsewhere and all that kind of thing. It's just hard to kind of come to terms with that sometimes. Because sometimes you just can't see it. The whole can't see the forest from the trees thing. When you're deep in it, it's hard to see it. Now, I don't do this method of watercolor often, so I'm having fun trying to kind of figure it out as I go. 12. Oh, firewood. Oh man. You have a nice weekend too, Vi. Thanks for joining. Let me know if you have any questions about that digital watercolor thing. I can definitely help you out. So I do consider myself kind of lucky because I have that tech background, but, you know, and I've also used it a lot with what I'm doing now, since, you know, I have to make prints and I've made books and, you know, all that sort of stuff still, you know, it still gets used. All the digital everything I used, or I learned, still gets used. So that's cool. And that feels good. It's just hard to justify it, like I said. The other thing is, when you set out to do something in your life and it doesn't pan out how you think it should have, just know you can change what you do as much as you need to. You don't have to have that one set goal in life. I feel like I was kind of brainwashed to believe that. Like, I'm gonna kind of blame Disney. But like, you have that dream and you go for it and, you know, you get it and you live happily ever after, except they never talk about what happens after you get there. You know, eventually you might be overworked and burn out, and, you know, maybe you want a simpler job. Maybe that job was just too much. Maybe you were good at it and you know, couldn't do it anymore just because of the stress or the people or, you know, what have you. But, you know, you can change what you do. There's, you know, you can do that. You can have an astrophysics degree and, you know, become a garbage man. I don't know. There's nothing wrong with that. If that's what makes you happy, who cares? Oh. So you're telling them that and they're kind of fighting you on it? Is that what you mean, Badger? So you're dealing with a headstrong teen then? Is that what you're saying? Maybe a preteen? Oh, 10-year-old, I see. Well, I guess having the confidence in redirecting it is at least a good thing. Like, they've got the confidence to be able to redirect it. But yeah, kind of fighting with them about what's correct would be kind of tough. I could see that. I'm trying to go really bold on this piece. More bold than I've gone with a lot of my stuff in the past. So I might make a few mistakes because of that, but that's fine. That's where we learn, right? There you go. Yep. Figure it's better to encourage them than to discourage them, because at least then they'll keep trying and figuring it out. Damn, this song doesn't fit our mood right now. Gotta get down all these flats first. Can't see my own colors because there's like a terrible glare. So I gotta like prop up my little pan here so I can see it. There we go. Oh, that's so much better. What else is everybody working on? Yep, it is the one from last time. Thank you, Serenity. How you doing? I saw that you subbed for 38 months in a row. How many years is that? Do you happen to know? I was trying to do the math, and trying to do math while you're streaming is like not possible. It's just not. I think I'm gonna change this to like a purple at some point though. Wow, 3 years, 2 months. Well, Serenity, thank you for always being there. Seriously. You're always too good to me. How are you doing with the floods in Germany? I've recently heard of this. Are you okay? Are you and your mom okay? Germany's drowning. Oh, the world. I love this color. It's really a good sunny watercolor. Sunny water space color. Oh, I'm glad your region's okay. I feel terrible for the other ones. Is it just that a river overflowed, or what happened? Too much rain? Sorry, I don't know more about it. I recently just learned of this. horrible. Sometimes I get these walls and I gotta rub them out. And we're doing okay. We had probably a spell of 5 days of rain, but nothing to your degree. Ours wasn't too bad. We got lucky. The only time it kind of flooded here was the day we moved in. After that, it hasn't really been too bad. I am curious what this place is going to look like, though, in the winter. But I'll have to wait and see for that one. Otherwise, we're okay. We're overworked as usual. I'm trying to fix that, but it's hard to fix that when you can't really fix the amount of work you got. Though, this is a reminder for my curious collectors. Your tier is changing starting in August, so please go check the Patreon update that's labeled extremely important, because you'll want to switch to the cheaper tier. Unless you don't, but I at least want you to know about it. Let's see. This is kind of an ominous song. It's like nothing's really happening, but it's like scary. Trying to differentiate between wood, rope, hay, and ground. They're all either brown or yellow, so that can be a tough one. I'm trying to make all the wood bits brown, but like a warm brown, and I'll make the ground kind of a desaturated brown. to do that, you have to mix together brown and blue to get kind of that darker brown. This one. This is just brown and blue. And then to fade it off the side, take a little water, fade it, and dab it. And then to get in some natural shadows. Do that. Might be a little too late with that though. Now it's walling. Slow. I thought I had 20 left, but turns out I actually have 30. I had 20 left until I was caught up with this year, but that was last year, so I'm actually still behind, but yeah, I was counting wrong. But still, there is an end in sight. It's not for a while, but it's there at some point. How about you, Serenity? How are things going on your end with stuff? Dang, man, more creepy songs. Not right now. You gotta keep grinding. The thing is that if they don't seem interested, it's either that they're not seeing it, or, you know, maybe it's just not the right time, like economically. Sometimes when people are low on money as kind of a whole, they won't spend it. My thought right now is people are saving up for conventions again, but they're not sure exactly if they're gonna go or not. It's one of my theories. Because here in the States, they're happening, but it's still too early to tell if anything is being affected by them yet. If like cases are rising or anything. So, kinda gotta wait and see. That could be too. Yeah, if it's a marketing thing, or, you know, maybe you don't actually want to do commissions. I mean, do you really want to do them, or do you just think you should to get more money? Because if your heart's not in it, don't do it. Do something else. Like, if you want money, Serenity, you should start selling those felt animals. People like those. Those are great. Nice, Sketch! Hi, Lappa, you're back. Doodle Raid! Welcome, everybody. Welcome. Thanks for the raid, Sketch. How was your stream? What'd you make? Yeah, we've got 3 paintings going on right now. Trying not to get too crazy, but you know. Y'all know me. Damn, 5.5 hour cross stitch? Damn. You are hardcore. That's great. Did you have fun? Did you stop because your hand hurt? How does that work? Lately, streaming is making me tired. It's like my own stream has gotten too chill for me even. I'm not used to it being so chill. Got a new stand to hold the hoop. Oh, good. That's good. Oh, Serenity. Hey, maybe your Instagram account's bugged like mine's bugged. Mine is extremely bugged. Really, Sketch? Oh, weird. God, your neighbors sound crazy. They sound absolutely nuts. I had coffee today, but I'm just like not even awake. Oh, whatever. Serenity, I think they're good already. I mean, remember, your tier of where you should be versus what people like can be totally different. If you feel confident enough just selling them, I say go for it. I think they're pretty high class myself, but that's just because, I don't know, I just think they look really polished, really nice. I think you did a good job. Yeah, and you can always pay for some Etsy ads. Those are pretty easy to understand. I don't know. Yeah, right. Well, from what I read, it's better to not have caffeine right away in the morning and to like wait a few hours till you've been up and your was it cortisol? Your cortisol's kicked in and like you're where you would be normally, and then add the caffeine on. Because what can happen is if you have it right away when you wake up, your like sugar spikes, your blood sugar, and like your energy just goes crazy through the roof too quick, and like that's what your body thinks is the norm. So you're gonna feel even more tired later because you didn't hit your norm to understand where it is, that sort of thing. I don't know. I just read that you're supposed to have caffeine later because of that. So Gabe and I typically get up at like somewhere between 9 and 10. And then we don't have caffeine typically until like, what is it, like 1 or 2, somewhere in there. So we wait a little bit. God, I should have cleaned my pan before I painted today. This is bad. My pan is dirty. Dirty. That's true. Sketch is right. 243. Wow. That's great. I guess more the question though, Serenity, do you want to be selling them because you want to do it, or like is it a money thing, or is it a you want to do this thing? Like for the commissions or for the needle felting? Like either or. Like what is your driver? Do you need money? Or do you just want to start selling them? Because that's going to kind of determine some things, I think. That's true too. Sketch is totally right. Serenity was worried about her commissions though, and that they weren't getting exposure. Sketch, so that's where this kind of originated from. Hi Guy, how you doing? Like she's afraid of the exposure, but it seemed like she wasn't exactly sure really what she should be doing about that. So, I mean, you might not even want advice, Serenity. I guess you could just be wanting to vent to us that it's difficult right now. Sorry that I go into auto advice mode. I know I have a problem with that. Next time I'll ask if you want advice on it before I actually start giving advice. Sketch said it was good except for when the cops came for their neighbor. Ugh. You have a very dramatic stream. Oh, that's good, Serenity. Well, it's whatever you really feel like doing. Just make sure you're enjoying yourself, you know? I worry that, you know, people are taking on more than they want to and or can, and they just end up kind of just being too tired. Sorry, everybody. Write some words over the night. Long white night ahead. What is a long white night? Is that I feel like that's a term I don't know. Does that just mean an all-nighter? Do you have to do like an essay? I've never heard long white night. Wow. No, I've never heard that. I mean, maybe it does, but I've never heard that. We just used all-nighter. But I've never heard white night. When I hear white night, I think of women who are like looking for their knight in shining armor, their white knight, their man to save them from all things. That's what I think when I hear white knight. Though that's pretty outdated too. I'm not sleeping. Oh, French. Interesting. I kind of wish we used that instead. I like that a little bit better. Yeah. Yeah, so Etsy ads. And honestly, any ads in general that are on a marketplace typically, how they work is it's going to ask you how much you want to spend like on a daily allotment. So, maybe you want to spend $1 a day for 5 days. So you pay $5, and what that's doing is it's putting your ad ahead of anybody else's ad that's lower than $1. Okay? So let's say, Serenity, let's say you joined ads and you wanted to promote a piece for $1 a day for 5 days. And let's say I wanted to promote a coloring book for 5 days, but I put it at like 50 cents. People are going to see your ad twice as much as mine. But then there are people above you who are doing $2 a day, $30 a day, $100 a day to get a certain amount of people seeing their ad. So they typically call it bidding, because you kind of are bidding for views, right? So the more money you put into certain listings and whatever, that's going to get them seen by a certain amount of eyes. That's why when you're doing an ad on like Instagram, it says, if you do $1 a day for 5 days, this many people see it. And it'll show it in front of that many people. So where that comes in handy is if you're doing, let's say, $1 a day for 5 days, that's still more than somebody's doing that isn't doing ads. So you're at least getting in front of people, and it sucks because Instagram is really weird in terms of they don't pay content creators for their content or for letting them put their content on their stuff. So like Twitch, I still get paid somewhat for putting my content up here. YouTube, you eventually get paid for putting your stuff up there. But Instagram and Facebook are kind of backwards because you end up paying them, which is part of the reason those are really bad for artists, because they make you pay for exposure and it's like a pay-to-play model, and those who can't pay, they don't get to play, right? Like they don't get as much exposure, so it's kind of crappy. And honestly, I will only use ads if I'm trying to push for something that's going for this month only, or in a month it's, going away or something like that. Jamie, thank you for the follow. And Nana Crochet, Sinley, thank you. On Vi, thank you for the follow. Yeah, so if people see your ad and you get charged for them seeing the ad. If they buy something from you, Etsy gets a cut of that. So a lot of people are angry at Etsy because of all these fees and things they take. However, they forget to take into account that Etsy has this like well-established marketplace that you're basically paying to be on it, right? And it's not subscription, which I like. I don't like the ones that have subscriptions, but like you're paying per listing, 20 cents a listing to put it up, and then if somebody buys it, Etsy takes a cut, which I think is fair. And I mean, I've got things up there that are pretty highly priced, up to like $300 to $600, and so they take a pretty penny when they, when somebody buys it. But I think that's kind of fair because I wouldn't be reaching this many people if it was just on my website. So I've got my listings on both, and if you've got both, like an Etsy and your personal site, what I would recommend you do is to put the things that aren't as popular or take longer to sell on your website. The things that are more popular, have a quicker turnaround, sell better, just in general, put them on Etsy because they'll pay for themselves over time. The ones that end up draining you are, like, in my opinion, originals. Originals do better on your website because it takes a long time to sell an original. And with Etsy, your listing review or renews every like 6 months, 3 to 6 months, somewhere in there. I forget what it is. But it's another 20 cents, which it's like, okay, 20 cents, whatever. It does add up. But, if you've got it on your website, then it can just stay up there for as long as you like, and you can point to it using tiny URL, bit.ly, things like that. So, yeah, thank you for the follow, peoples. So, it's one of those things, like, in this day and age, you have to weigh the pros and cons of everything you're doing, right? In my opinion, I'm on this cusp with Instagram where I don't like that I'm just putting up all this content for free. I hate that. Like, I spend hours on something and I just throw it up onto Instagram just hoping people follow me to eventually buy something from me. Like, no. So I'm at this point where I want to start putting up snippets of something on my Instagram, and if people want to see the full thing, they can go over to my Patreon, and like I'll have it at $1 tier. So at $1 every month you'll see everything I've done full res, right? But then at least on Instagram or something you can still see I'm making stuff, but I don't want to give away everything just for free, because you're spending so much time on this. And I mean, this is if you're not, it's not your hobby. If this is your bread and butter, like your job is to be an artist and you're just every day putting up, like if I finish this painting and I put it up on Instagram and I'm like, hey, it's for sale, and no one buys it, it just went away. But that's why I have like, you can sell prints if you want to, but that you can't make a print of everything you ever make, right? So there's that, and you don't ever know what's going to sell well, so you have to kind of weigh how many likes you get on something with, the engagement, and see what people say to it, and unfortunately that is going to change depending on when you posted it, so you never quite know if something's going to do well. So you basically end up making prints off things you feel confident in, that you like, that have a decent response. Like it's a amalgam of all these factors, right? So at least when I'm on Twitch here, I'm getting paid by subs, I'm getting paid by donations. Sometimes it's publicity and people see what I do and they'll go to my website, they'll go to my Patreon, they'll go somewhere, right? So Twitch is nice exposure. And I'm working on these things anyway, so why not, right? Makes sense there. But for Instagram, it's so much more difficult in so many ways. There are a lot of videos out there about like how bad Instagram is for artists. There were 2. Let me see if I can find them. And that's why I'm trying to figure out how to still use Instagram, but to use it so it's my bitch. I don't know how else to say it. So I make it my bitch instead of it making me its bitch. I think one was called, I made bit.ly links for them so they'd be easier to find. Let me see if I remembered it well. But they're good videos. Good God. What? I don't think maybe it's, hold on. I might have gotten it reversed. I have dyslexic moments. I know it's on my phone. Let me get my phone. Wow, I went to a Japanese site. Whoops. And the thing is, like, for people like me, I have a bugged account. I do not have Reels. I can't even prove it. I have cleared my phone, I've cleared my cache, I've cleared my storage, I've downloaded Instagram, I've tried being Instagram beta testing. I have tried every single thing I can think of on my end, and I was in mobile games, so I know my way around all the back like stuff in there in the background app crap. I can't get it. So that means it's bugged on their end. So I have like no reels. See, I still have this thing, right? Post story live. No reels. And I've updated a million times. There's nothing left for me to do. This is how they have my account on their end. I can't fix this. So I'm going to get penalized for not using reels, not because I'm not using them, because I don't have them. So this is even worse for somebody like me. I don't know if any of you have this problem or not, but it's huge. And so it sucks because I've been paying for ads on Instagram mainly because I want to get to 10K. Once I get to 10K, that's all I ever want to get to, just because you get functionality at 10K, which makes your business a lot easier to just conduct. At 10K, you get the swipe up feature. If you've seen that in Insta stories, there's a swipe up at the bottom. At 10K, you get that. That's the only reason I want it. The only reason. It's not because I want followers, like, ooh, followers. No, I want it because you get functionality. That's it. And I hate that this requires this. It's so unfair, especially because I'm busted. Anyway, let me see if I can find those videos. So I think it would be worthwhile for a couple people to watch them. If you're the kind of person that's beating yourself up over how you're doing on Instagram, you should really watch these because it's not artist friendly. You know, it's not geared for us. Let me go to Bitly. I know I can bring it up. I'm almost done talking about this and then I'll be done with it. But it's important that you know this because I think a lot of people blame themselves and it's not your fault. You really can't help what, you know, some company is doing with your stuff. Okay. Yeah, Sketch, I've done everything to try contacting them. It's almost impossible, by the way, to contact Instagram at all. At least Facebook has like a contact something. Instagram, no. I contacted them every year for I don't know how long. It's been at least 4 years since it's been bugged. No, they never answer. A terse letter. I'd like that, but it won't matter. Nothing happens when you reach out to them. If you look up online how hard it is to get through to Instagram for any sort of support, you can't. Everybody says the best way to get their attention is to report yourself. That's messed up. Okay, this is not even cool. Yeah, so if you can't share other people's things, it's because you're not tagged in them. That one's a pretty easy problem. So if you can't, you know, tag or share someone's thing, it's because you're not in it. So that's one of the videos. The other one is, and these are what are making me want to change how I'm showing my content on the internet. And I'm still trying to work out the best way to do this. For now, it's just what it is, and until I can actually figure something out, this is all I get. But it just sucks, because we don't have any power over that, you know? Before the purge. Yeah, but that, even Tumblr had its problems because I didn't do well on Tumblr because I wasn't Tumblr style. Tumblr had a very distinct style, and I feel like it still does, and it has certain things like, you know, like the content that you put on there, it's dependent. Like, it's the same thing with Instagram. Certain posts do better on Instagram because of the demographic. Same with Tumblr. Tumblr has a specific demographic. It's big into fandoms, those sorts of things. It's very certain art style. If you don't really align with any of that, you're not going to do very well there. And I mean, I learned a lot of how kind of marketing works and demographics and things when I was in gaming. So I've kind of come to the conclusion on this stuff, kind of mixing them together, but it's ridiculous. And honestly, I do a lot better on Facebook than I do Instagram, Tumblr, Twitter, anywhere else. And I know that sounds crazy, but Facebook kind of has my demographic. My demographic technically lies between like 25 to 50-year-old women who like to kind of escape into fantasy worlds, and they enjoy movies like Labyrinth, Dark Crystal, Neverending Story. They grew up in the 80s. They like Brian Froud. They like cottagecore. They like Beatrix Potter. That's my demographic, typically. So when you know your demographic and you know where they don't go, it's kind of hard to put time into those places. So for Tumblr, I have had it for years. I've always been putting my stuff on it. Never gotten any traction because my art style is not really synonymous with Tumblr's demographic, if that makes sense. So I'm your demographic. Welcome. Yeah, I can really tell too, because a lot of my patrons, yeah, they fit that demographic too. I love them for it. I love y'all for it. Don't think that because you fit into that means it's a bad thing. I don't think so. Each 28-year-old man, and that works too. I do get some men. I find that the men I do get are really into D&D and RPGs. They enjoy cottagecore too. There is a sect of man who enjoys cottagecore. And what's funny is, I've talked to Gabe before and I've been like, hey, do you like my art? And it's interesting because Gabe's not my demographic, so no, my own partner does not like my art. He respects my art, he likes how it looks, but in terms of if he were to buy it on his own, he wouldn't. And I understand. I get that. It's not offensive by any means to me, it's just not his bag. And, I mean, knowing your demographic is part of that, I love cute shit. That too. My ex-husband was obsessed with cute shit, and he looked like a big, burly, like, macho man. So it was kind of funny that, he was into that. He liked anime and all that kind of stuff. So, there are going to be exceptions, but for the most part, you can usually pinpoint your demographic pretty well based on where you do well online and what that demographic's made up of. And that's another reason I do alright on Etsy, is because Etsy's demographic is that demographic. So, if you're doing, I don't know, maybe if you're doing really, a lot of things that can be found on Etsy can kind of breach into other demos too. I'm trying to think of like horror and stuff. If you got something that's really grotesque and like super body horror type stuff, that's going to be hard pressed to be on Etsy, mainly because of their terms of service and stuff. But just in general, like, there's going to be people on Etsy who want that, yeah. But is it going to be as much as people who want, ceramic mushroom candle holders? Not as much, in the conversations. I'm glad. There you go, Sketch. Aw, they were safe. I like hearing that my stuff feels safe. That's nice. That's really nice. Thank you. But yeah, it's that sort of thing. So like the Beatrix Potter stuff, right? Right? And Winnie the Pooh. Hopefully Winnie the Pooh, that'd be awesome. It's really weird. It took me years to actually like and appreciate Winnie the Pooh. I know that sounds crazy, but like once I did start enjoying it, oh my god, I love it. But I was just so hardcore Beatrix Potter for so long that it's like, Winnie the Pooh, that's not as good. But it's like, it's good. It's good in its own way. It's good. We'll get one at a thrift store. So I think it was a 5x7, right? You should be able to find a 5x7 frame at a thrift store. If I frame any of my stuff to sell, it's usually using a thrift store frame. You can find some damn cool frames at thrift stores. Seriously. Really cool stuff. It's really great. But yeah, if anybody has any questions on the ads or any crap like that on any of the social media, let me know. But Serenity, did I kind of answer your question then? I hope I did. I went off on a rant. Is you? Oh. Oh, that's cool. Yeah, I like all that stuff. And honestly, when I was in Ireland and England and we went to thrift stores, so much better stuff than here in America. My problem with American thrift stores is a lot of the time it's Americana crap. I am not into that. So like, I don't know, cowboy junk, old colonial type milk jugs, tin things. I hate all that stuff. But when I went to Ireland and to England thrift shops, those were what I was looking for. I was trying to find all that stuff here. No. You best believe I bought another bag to carry back the stuff from there. Because, Jesus, it was perfect. Every single thing I looked at was what I was trying to find here. Maddening. You're welcome, Serenity. So when in doubt, like if there is something you're releasing or that you want to do a little bit better and get more views on it, like if you're trying to sell something in particular or you've got an exclusive something going on for a limited time, try the $1 for 5 days thing, or $1.50 or whatever you can do for a little bit. You will get more eyes. It sucks that you're guaranteed more exposure for your money. It sucks. I hate it. It's evil. It's bad. I don't think it's right. That aside, you have to play the game sometimes. I don't want to. I'm going to try to figure out how not to because I don't want to be a part of that. But it works. It sucks, but it works. Did you, Troop? Yeah, if you've got any other questions on that type of stuff, I'd love to just weigh in on that. Because I like talking about it because it drives me nuts on a daily basis. Because really, there is no way to actually figure out your own analytics anymore. They give you all this analytical data and stuff, but it's all dependent on everything. Not just when you post it or the people that follow you, but it depends on the bots that follow you. It depends, and you don't even know who those are. It depends on, the economy at the time, what's popular, anything. Like, it's so weird how many factors play into this stuff and you're unaware of them. You might be so focused on your own stuff. If your post does poorly, you think it's you. No. It could be something completely different than you, that you had no control over, no knowledge that was even happening. Like, somehow maybe German floods are affecting how your art post did. You don't know. you know? So don't rack your brain or kill yourself trying to figure this stuff out, because it's not worth it. Just throw it up online and leave it. Just whatever. Unless you're trying to make money with it, then you're in my boat, and it's a whole nother boat. Really? Badger thrift stores? Thrift stores, I think you're thinking of Dollar Tree. That's not a thrift store. Like Dollar Tree, those are like discount stores where it's like stuff for $1. Yeah, you're in Nebraska. So thrift stores, we're talking about more secondhand stuff. So like thrift stores and antique stores, kind of synonymous, but thrift stores have newer stuff that's just retro instead of antique. What you're thinking of, I think, is like Dollar Tree, Five Below, those stores. Those are like discount stores. Really? So you've got like really crappy, like plasticky things that are just, that's awful. Nebraska, what are you doing? I don't want to say you shouldn't be scared, because it's scary. The one thing that always brings me back to wanting to keep doing this is that the people, like all of you who are in the chat, are real. I know you're real. You come back here. You will buy my stuff sometimes. Even if not, you'll comment on things. You'll just be there. You're real. You're not an analytic number. I know you're here. And that's the only thing that makes me keep coming on Twitch and doing things on the internet, is that there are real people. And reminding yourself that you can make a difference in little ways for people's lives, honestly, has to be the only thing that keeps it going. In this day and age, it's you have to put so much more emphasis on the what we called the end user, which means who ends up with it, right? And that's what matters. It sucks because, you want to know that there's a career path in something, right? And this is where you just bounce back and forth all the time. You go from wanting, to have your stuff be seen by more people so that you can actually excel at what you're trying to do, get better at it, whatever. Knowing that might not be possible, and that you'll sell a little bit every once in a while, and, it makes a difference to the people that buy it, but maybe you have to have a part-time job at the same time. Like, when you grow, it's really incremental and slow. It takes a lot of patience, and you have to know, in this day and age, it's not your fault. If you're grinding and nothing's happening, it's not your fault. At that point, if you're just working your ass off and you're not seeing anything, that's out of your control. It's either going to be the analytics, the algorithms, all that stuff. It's not you. Okay? But to grow at this point, you need other sources of income. Like right now, I'm basically surviving on Patreon income. That's it. If I get sales, that's like, whoa. It's more that you just need to have your fingers in a lot of pots, or have a part-time job and start your art from there. But the best thing you can do for yourself, starting to be, an independent artist, is figure out what you like to do as soon as possible. Like what mediums you enjoy the most. What do you have the most passion for? How do you like to work? Do you like to work in the morning? Do you like to work at night? Figure out how to respond correctly via correspondence. So emails, look into that, because that's huge. I know too many people that never had a full-time job or anything like that, and they have no idea how to construct a proper email, and that can make or break business for you. So learn how to do that. It's basically like a small version of writing an essay. You have like an intro, the body, conclusion, whatever, but always like start the email responding to what they said first, if this is in a chain, and then say your next bit, acknowledgement, sincerely, looking forward, whatever. There's like a proper way to do stuff. And that's going to do so much for you. So I don't like to discourage people in any way, but I'm letting you know it's hard. And I'm at this level where I'm not going to probably be popular at any point, and I get that. I'm fine with that. I'm actually happy about that. I have friends that have hundreds of thousands of followers, and I would not want to be in their situation. No. I just want to be comfortable, right? So I'm at this point where if I release a print, nobody might buy it for a few days, weeks, whatever. It's not like they're gone. There's only 10. Psh, they're gone. No, it's not like that. And it's not gonna be like that until you're at maybe 100K followers somewhere, assuming they're not all bots. And you just have to know that, unless you hit the viral lottery, it's not gonna be like that. And if you do hit the viral lottery, it might be even harder for you because you have to hit the ground running, knowing exactly what to do and how to respond to it and to keep it going. Otherwise, if you don't run with that and you don't know how to deal with that once it hits, it's just gonna peter out. And, you'll lose that. Because some people aren't expecting it, they don't know what to do once it hits, and it just kills them. Some people take it, run with it, and they're gold. They keep it going. Some people can't. So know that that's a possibility too if you ever hit it. It's realistic. That's why I like to think too, sketch. Yeah, realism. Realism sounds a lot like pessimism nowadays, doesn't it? Take those second shots. Okay. Hard sciences trying this and so different, scary. You're welcome, Troop. Yeah. I'm telling you what to expect. Yeah. And it's a long grind, but definitely, honestly, if I could kind of paint my perfect scenario of how I would work now and be able to change my situation, I would have a side job that has dependable income of just a little bit. I don't need too much. Even $200-300 a week, something like that. I don't know, part-time job, whatever, on the side that's dependable income. Right? And then have the other time be that art grinding time. So the people that have the barista jobs and stuff, that's a good start. But if you can turn that part-time job barista thing into being art-based somehow, maybe you're doing freelance art for a library or graphic design for shirts or something where it's you get a paycheck, you have a part-time job there, you're doing something art related. That'll keep you in the art mindset so you don't have that crazy burnout, because once you get used to doing art all the time, your brain sections things off into, well, this is for personal art, this is for work art, this is for fun art, this is hobby art, this is crafting. You'd think you'd burn out when you're doing art all the time, but your brain figures out a way to actually segment it. And I almost think it works more smoothly that way because you're not doing a total 180 of what you were doing before. So if you had a part-time job doing something that was like a barista, or maybe something just totally un-art related, right? When you get home, your brain has to switch really hard into art mode, and I feel like a lot of people don't get to do that switch because it's too hard. It really is, to actually flip over from the mindset of doing maybe physical labor or, making lattes and stuff, doing that sort of thing, and then focusing your brain back onto drawing and something like that. You know what I mean? Like, it's too hard of a switch. So no wonder people get home and they're like, I don't feel like drawing anymore. I don't want to do it. Because I learned when I was doing the gaming job, I was drawing a lot during the day, and I, on my lunch break, would still be drawing, go back in, draw the rest of the day at work, get home, draw, on the weekends, draw, and I was building my independent artist side and my experience while I was doing that, and I feel like because I was already in the art mindset, it really helped. But anyway, that was just a way of looking at it. Marketing department is definitely not your fault. There's so many tricks. You get exposure you can't if you've been working from the inside, and also if you have the money you get way more exposure. I know, right? Like, if you had $100 to put into a random picture of that you put on Instagram for 5 days, $100 5 days, so that's like $20 a day, right? You know how many likes you'd get and how many follows? It'd be crazy. It'd be like 200 or 20,000 people or something seeing it. But you need money. It's pay to play. It's that mobile game mentality. Yep. Lappa, you're totally right. Yeah, true. You get it. Yeah, for sure. Yeah, it sounds like you were just breaking yourself. Self-care, y'all. It's real. But unfortunately, self-care only does go so far. You really, if you have to do the self-care thing often enough, where it's like weekly or every day or something, you might need a different job. Like, it might just be too much stress, Like, self-care is absolutely important, but if it's so often that it's like you're fixing yourself daily because your job is just ridiculous, change something. Because it might be the job itself. But thank you all for hearing me out, because these things just, it weighs on me. I get stressed from it. And it's bothersome, And it sucks. It just kind of sucks. Because you want your stuff to get seen by people. Like, in my opinion, I want people to see it and for it to make them happy. But I hate that I have to, A, like, my account's bugged, and B, you have to pay for people to see it. It shouldn't be that. In any other thing, it's like people need to pay to see it. But no, I need to pay for people to see it. It's kind of backwards. I feel like it's cathartic for all of us, right? Because we're all going through it. So yeah, if you guys ever want to talk about that, feel free, because it's a crappy situation. We can't do much, We really can't. I feel like a lot of the people that are popular nowadays don't even talk about it on their their streams, their YouTube, anything like that. They're not going to talk about it because it's one of those things. It's like talking about politics almost on your stream. Like, people go on the internet to kind of avoid those things a lot of the time. Like, they don't want to hear it. And it sucks. It just sucks. Oh no, Badger. That's so much. Oh my gosh, I got laid off. Just project. 80 pet blankets. Wow. Thank you for donating those. That's wonderful. Oh no. So it really was your coping mechanism then. Oof. Well, I hope you can pick it up and enjoy it again someday. That's tough. Like, if work kills one of the things that makes you happy, like, what do you do? Where do you go? Do you pick up another hobby, or do you think work could kill that one too? It's just life's too short to be at a job or doing something you don't want to do, so why should the internet really be any different? If you don't post for a while, it's okay. The internet will be there when you get back. It's not like you're missing out. I know FOMO gets really difficult, but honestly, my happiest time this year was when I moved and I didn't touch my socials for like a week and a half. It was the happiest I've been in years, and that's really effed up. So I would like to get back to that, but I need to figure out a balance and like a schedule and how to post and not post too much and pull back and then just hermit again, because that's the only way I'm really happy, you know. It's tough. And then this year I'm not doing conventions, but next year I've at least got one lined up, and obviously we'll see what happens with conventions in general this year, but I think I'm really going to pull back on doing those as well. Just in general, I'll do the ones that I really like, that have always been really fun for me and really good, but in general, I don't think I want to be a convention artist as like hardcore as I was, because it's a lot of work. It's a lot of work, and the only problem is, and the only thing that I would miss is meeting people. I really liked doing that. I really liked talking to people I had never met before and seeing what they're into and just talking to people. It was nice. And I do consider myself an introvert for the most part, but I think there are some of us that are ambiverts that can turn on the extrovert when we need to, but 80% of the time we're an introvert, and if we had to be an introvert forever, we'd be fine with that. I think a lot of us are both, so yeah, sketch. So when it comes to that sort of thing, the calling people out on stuff, we can't do that. I'm the same way when it comes to fan art and selling fan art. When I first got really passionate about that and that people were selling fan art and basically stealing from things, I got really mad. And when I got mad about it, I lashed out at the people that were doing it, and they are part of the problem, but it's not up to us to really do that. And I mean, if we do decide to do that, we have to know we're not going to be liked for it, and people will most likely not listen to us anymore or hear us out. So it's more like you make enemies from that, instead of talking to somebody and not accusing them of something and talking to them about the reasons and trying to literally reason with them about, you know, well, what do you think of this? And sometimes you have to understand you're not going to change them because to them it's not important enough. It really can, Beans. You're right. You're right. Thank you for calling this cute. I've been on and off with that one. We've been doing this one too at the beginning of the stream. And then I was going to start this one, but we got to talking quite a bit. There's a snake who sells snake oil. But welcome. Welcome. Yeah, and Sketch, it sucks because we end up accidentally like offending them with talking about people who are doing what they do, and we can't really do that. So what I'm finding is people are still gonna do what they're gonna do. You can say what you believe and you can project that out, but try not to judge other people for what they're doing. So like, I'm vegetarian and like probably 80% vegan most of the time. Vegetarian very rarely, but I'm not gonna go at people about that. It's like religion, you can't go at people like that. So we kind of just gotta do our own thing and hope that, if our example is enough, and as long as we're living our truth, so to speak, that's enough, Thank you, Beans. It's true. You can, but don't feel pressured. These are honestly my these are my relaxing pieces. If somebody doesn't want to buy them now, that's cool. I'll put them on my store later. Whoever likes them eventually will come by. That's the thing about original art. I really feel like if nobody buys it when you're making it, that's totally fine, because the person that it's meant for will eventually come around. So, no worries, no pressure. I'd rather it ends up with who it's supposed to, whoever that may be. But rest assured, I've found that everything I've tried to sell eventually finds a person that is extremely excited about it, and that's what matters. So, never get discouraged if you put something up for sale that it doesn't sell right away. It just needs to either stay up for a while and that person will come around and see it and then they'll get it then, or maybe it's meant to stay with you. Who knows? I think of it like adopting, Every time I look at the picture you're working on, I know I need to fix him. It's because he's white. I need to color in their flats. I keep getting distracted by all the auxiliary elements. Streaming on a regular basis did help you gain exposure on other social media. Yes. I do. And it's weird because streaming has a different demographic than, doing art elsewhere, say on Twitter or something. Except a lot of Twitter people like Twitch. But I would like to eventually stream and do videos on YouTube too. And you can stream on Twitch and YouTube at the same time, but you need to pay for this multi-stream platform thing. Anyway, I do think that is true, that the more you get your stuff out there on different platforms, the better it's going to be. However, going back to the whole, each platform seems to have its own demographic. You have to know what your art is to be able to sell it appropriately and to put your time in the right spot. So going back to the whole, my stuff doesn't really work on Tumblr as well as other stuff. I'll put it up there, but I'm not going to put a ton of time into trying to make that work, because I know in the past that hasn't really done it for me over the years. My demographic isn't really there. My demographic seems to be on Facebook. So putting more energy in where you see it catching is going to be more worth your time. So that's why I continue to stream on Twitch, and why if I put more time into anything, it would probably be more time on here and videos in general, things like that, because I do like to talk about the art world and stuff like that, and I think that can help people too. It's weird because I have a background in doing video editing and all those sorts of things, and I could make videos that you watch, right? But for some reason, me and live stuff is just so much easier. I don't know. I enjoy it. I like off-the-cuff sort of challenges, too. Jumping around with hobbies, yeah. Before losing interest, maybe you need smaller projects. Like maybe something that would only take an hour, something like that. Maybe, like with anything, I feel like doing smaller amounts of time, smaller amounts of mediums, colors, whatever. Start there. See if you even like doing it before trying to do like a giant thing and just being like, eh. You lose interest probably because it's too much of an undertaking. Try smaller versions maybe. What gouache means? Hi, James. Gouache is similar to watercolor, but it's also like acrylic. It can be both opaque and transparent. So depending on how much water you add to gouache, it can be more like watercolor, or you can put it on top of things like acrylic and it'll be like, opaque. It'll be on it. Right now I don't have any gouache near me really. I'm doing right now the watercolor base coat, but watercolor acts a lot more like ink, where it can be super, just light and subtle, and you can't really layer it to where it starts getting lighter or more what the tube paint is. If you layer watercolor, it layers into itself and it gets darker and darker and darker and darker. But if you layered like an acrylic on itself, it's just going to get closer to the tube color. It's very much like alcohol markers and water-based markers. Water-based markers, the more you layer them, the darker they get. Alcohol markers, not so much. So it's similar, but it's with acrylic you can't add water to it to make it lighter. You're supposed to add this medium, it's called. It's basically just like a transparent / white looking substance that waters it down. If you add water to acrylic to make it less opaque, it's going to end up cracking the paint because it's technically taking like the things that bind the paint together and it's dispersing them so they're further apart, which means it'll eventually crack. So when you use acrylic, you have to use this medium where it's basically planting more of those, I don't know what they are, at the like tiny like micro level. It's binding them, right? Yeah, we have a really nice Discord community. It's not like hoppin' and crazy exciting or anything, but it is a very warm and constructive place, I'd like to feel. That's good for like blooming artists and things like that. There you go, Sketch. Yeah, jump in between hobbies is fine too. Last interest was reading. I've got a long existing hoard of books. Read. Shelves were made 40 completed before I haven't picked up a book since, and even ordered almost the same amount of used books. Okay, but 40 books is pretty good. I wouldn't say that just because you've only read 40 of your books, that's not a hobby. I'd say that's a hobby for you, and you might just be burnt out on reading. That's pretty amazing, though. I can almost guarantee a lot of you have read more books than I have. I read a lot growing up, but if I read now, it's for reference or studying, or it's not as much for fun anymore. Because at this point in my like storytelling artist career, I don't want to accidentally rip off from things. So I'm a little bit paranoid that if I read any fantasy or anything like that, I'm going to accidentally ingest it and spit it back out, and somebody's going to be like, oh my god, you ripped this thing off. I'd be like, oh, I don't want that. So, but yeah, reading, just damn. Oh, free libraries. You could always make one of those cute little free library boxes on your yard, too, if you've got a yard. Books are books, man. kids chapter books versus other books. Books are books. You read what you like to read. I kind of feel like the days are over when people used to judge other people for what types of books they read. I'd say comics are somewhat to thank for that. Because I just, back in like maybe the 90s, I'll say, it felt like if somebody's like, do you read Chaucer or something? Like, people would be like, oh no, I haven't read that. I'm not talking to you anymore. I don't think it's like that anymore. I mean, I remember those times. It was like heavy judgmental stuff. Now I feel like all hobbies are a lot more nurtured and, everybody just kind of assumes everyone else has something that they enjoy. And if it's not for someone else, it's, it's okay. As bad as things are in the world, I feel like people in general have gotten a little bit better when it comes to, I guess, interacting with each other instead of being so crazy judgy. But that's just me. Oh, yeah. Yeah, Troop, for real. Definitely. I will still get on the boat of you shouldn't be drawing anime too much when you're learning how to draw. I'll get on that boat because you should be learning other things. But drawing it a little bit or for fun is fine. But if that's all you draw, you gotta branch out. But that's just anything. I would tell anybody if they were drawing too much of one thing, branch out anyway. It's just gonna be better for you to get a breadth of things and then hone in on something. When you're learning, the more you can do, the better. When you're trying to focus after you've gotten enough resources in your brain, you're like, okay, I've done enough things, focus it down, and then, try to actually pump something out then. But when you're learning, learn. I think a lot of people have fallen out with J.K. Rowling lately. I was a little bit too old for the Harry Potter rush. I was not in that. Which was funny because I kind of watched from the outside it happened. Like, one of my ex-boyfriend's sisters, like, she was a couple years younger than me, and she just went balls out crazy for it. And, we went with her to all the, like, Harry Potter type stuff that ended up springing up. So, like, back when malls were a thing, there was a department store called JCPenney in Minnesota that every Christmas had a whole floor that they dedicated to, like, something, right? And they'd do an art installation thing that you'd kind of walk through. And one year it was Harry Potter. And we went with her to that. And that was pretty cool. For being somebody that I hadn't read anything, I didn't know anything, the movies hadn't even really come out yet. It was pretty cool. So that was neat. But yeah, I missed that whole thing. I was just a little bit too old for that. But I know a lot of people that grew up with it and loved it are really sad about the whole J.K. Rowling thing. I mean, rightfully so. That's really left field of her. It's strange. Oh, that's great. Troop, yes. Oh god, we're talking about a few things. I mean, the J.K. Rowling thing and how I was too old to get into the Harry Potter craze, but I saw it happen. And Troop was talking about being exposed to a whole bunch of different kind of workshop type things. Lots of stuff. Now, a lot of the detail in this one I'm going to actually do later with a colored pencil. Because I get to a point in a painting and I'm like, I don't see the point of doing this with watercolor anymore. I need a pencil, I need a jelly roll, something. I get to a point where it's like, this is as far as I can go with the paint. I want to do the rest with, some precision and all that. And I used to get really on my own case about that. I used to get mad that, other watercolor painters will do the whole thing with watercolor. Why can't you? And I mean, this was me basically up to a couple months ago. And I would be really mad about it. And then eventually I was like, you know what? If I always keep going back to that, that's the way I like to do it, and fuck them. That's where I ended up, so that's what's up. I don't know. It's one of those things. If you like doing something a certain way, and you tried to change yourself, and that's just not working, go back to what you were doing that you liked. Because why would you change it to be something you don't want to do, to make it less enjoyable for you, Like, why would you do that? Don't do that. I'm going to make this into a ladybug. You will not be able to tell it's a ladybug. Maybe. Maybe you will. I don't know. I went to your study as a dad. He had always been against it for so many years. Because it was witchcraft. Yeah. That's how my boyfriend's sister's mom was. Yeah. The whole satanic panic. That whole thing. That was fun. Got to live through that in my teens. Though I was what I'd consider a, religious minority. My family was basically atheist, but my parents were agnostic for the most part. So I grew up agnostic, I'll say. We still celebrated Christmas because it was fun. We had no religious tie to it. I actually feel pretty, I don't know. What's the word? I'm blanking. I'm just grateful, I guess, that I grew up the way I did in terms of religious freedoms and whatnot, because I got to seriously make my own decisions on everything. Like, I went to church with my friend a few times, because she was Christian, and I was like, nah, that's not for me. And her family is fine with it, my family is fine with it. I don't know. It felt super healthy. I got really, really blessed there, I'm gonna say. Because nobody was forcing anything on me. People were giving me the room to try things and non-judgmental sort of area. I got very lucky. And I know that. I know many of you are not that lucky, and I'm very sorry that you did not have that sort of comfort, that ability. Because to me, it feels like something everybody should have had. It's very much a privilege. See? There you go. Whatever works for you. Whatever works for everybody. Oh, that's crazy, Badger. Partner and in holidays because combined religious and commercial pushing with bother multiple. This kid loves holidays. Yeah. See, I think that's healthy too. I mean, having fun for the kids' sake. I know if I had kids, I would make up holidays. I'd say, F these other holidays, let's make up our own. And then, your family has these really ingrained traditions that are really fun. And then they go to school and the kids are like, yeah, well, Christmas was fun. We got this, and that. You celebrated Christmas? That's cool. I celebrated groundbreaking day or something. I don't know. I'm making that up. But, making up your own holidays, I think would be fun. We kind of have, but if we had kids, I'm sure it would be more so, but we're not going to have kids. I don't want kids. And you should celebrate your faith. Just don't celebrate it down someone else's throat. I think the one thing, and I'm just going to touch on this and I'm going to be off it. The one thing where religion really screwed things over is when it started saying that you need to accumulate a certain type of following for your faith. I think that's when things got like scary for people, and when people felt like they had to really force it on other people, or like parents forcing it on their kids, like, if you don't believe in this, we're not going to see each other in heaven. You're going to be burning in hell, and I'm going to be in heaven, and you won't be there. That's not healthy. Like, you know, but what sucks is those people really believe that. So it's absolute, like, manipulation because they believe it. So, you know, and the other religions that say, oh, you need a certain amount of people recruited or things like that. Granted, I think that sounds more like a fundraiser than a religion, but some are like that, and that doesn't seem right to me either. Like, when your religion involves converting other people for your salvation, that doesn't sound right to me. Like, your faith should depend solely on yourself, not others. Man, if you got your own faith that you made up, that's kind of more where I am. I've got these things that I'm really grateful for them, I'm thankful for them, and I don't know. I'm sure I align with some sort of already established faith, but I don't care. I don't think you need to be with an organized faith. It's however you want to be, you know? You don't need to tell anybody about it. Nobody needs to necessarily know about it. It's just you're doing you, you know? No. Yeah, typical boomers are just typically hypocrites. That's how my dad was. No, I've heard it's very hard to grow up in a very religious household, and for anybody who had to endure that, if you're still here, you're still strong, and if you've got your own ideals, you fought for them. So I commend you. That's not easy. Yeah, I feel like most faiths should be finding it on your own. But that's my belief. I do remember when I was kind of challenging one of my boyfriend's moms about it. I was asking her, I was like, so why do we have to go to church? Can't we just stay here and have our own church here? And she was trying to argue that you need the community to have a church. And I was like, well, you could be part of the community by volunteering and doing that sort of thing, but you don't need to be seen at church. You could have church here with your family like it used to be back in the way old days, right? And she ended up kind of getting mad at me about it, but I still believe that. I mean, how intimate is that to have a nice little whatever with your family, whatever your religion is, sitting down and talking about it. And if one of your kids doesn't believe in it, don't force them to be there. If somebody wants to be, cool. I don't see a problem there. But the whole show up to church thing feels more performative and that whole thing than anything else. It feels like you're doing it to show up just to say, well, I go to church every Sunday. I do the thing. Blah, blah, blah. It doesn't feel like you go, you know, to be there for God. It's not like God's going to show up more there than at home, you know, because the Holy Spirit's in you, right? He doesn't need to go to church. I'm just saying. Yeah, I've heard that. That is very scary, Kristen. The unprogramming. I've heard that takes years. Because it can be anything that you've been indoctrinated into for most of your life takes a long time to unlearn. And unlearning anything is scary because you don't know what to learn. Not sure, Sketch. Oh, the guilting. The guilt. Guilt never helped anyone do anything. And it never helped anybody actually want to do anything. You know? Guilting just makes you resent it. It's just weird to me no one ever noticed that. You know, with all these families doing that for so long, it's like, how do you not see guilt equals resentment over time? I don't understand that. Yeah, that's the weird thing too, when your parents still, like, make you feel like you're young. It's like my dad doesn't realize I'm well into 35, almost 40. He still, you know, treats me like I'm a stupid kid. It's like, no. You kidding me? I'm as old as you were when you had me. Are you dumb? It's stupid. But that's just the whole, I think, parent-child experience? I don't know. Welcome back, Serenity. That might be too dark. I've got a lot of my own, like, emotional baggage that follows me around. Granted, my parents were good about the whole religion thing, but that doesn't mean they were good everywhere, believe me. I have been abused in other ways, so you gotta unpack all that and unlearn all that throughout your life. At least, Sketch, you understand where they're coming from and you have compassion towards them and their mission and all that. See, that's pretty mature in my opinion. I think that's great. Yeah, the job advice, it'd be nicer if they realized that our situation is not what their situation was. But that seems like another hard one to hit home. I think they don't also understand the difference between a job and a career nowadays. I think for them growing up it was different. You could walk in anywhere and get a job, but it wasn't exactly the job that would be part of your journey, you know? I don't think a lot of boomers necessarily agree with the idea of having a journey, you know what I mean? I don't want them to be a red caterpillar. But he needs to be. No. Well, that's sweet of you to acknowledge that, at least, Sketch. I'm sure they appreciate that. Loud cars. Yeah, that's crazy. Serenity. That's true, Kristen. Yeah, they didn't prioritize their happiness. And that's probably why a lot of them are the way they are now, that they've been so unhappy for so long. You know, that's a really good point. They really do, yeah. And it's funny, some of us are in our 30s talking about adults. It's like we're adults. You know? And that probably won't change. I mean, every time I talk to somebody in their 20s, I'm trying, like early 20s, I try to understand that already their world is different than my world. I'm trying to acknowledge that any bit of advice I might have for them may not even apply to them anymore. You know, like trying to apply what we know of the boomers to, now. I could say, well, you could try these things, but I know they worked when I was doing stuff. I don't know if they'll work now, because already once you become aware that you might be out of the loop, you're probably out of the loop. If there's things you don't understand or refuse to do, I'm not going to use finna in a sentence. I'm going to say gonna, because that makes sense to me. But the youth will use it, and I won't understand, but that doesn't mean that I'm wrong. It just means that's part of their reality now. Ours is different. The round friend is red. Yeah, I think I needed to make him red so he stood out a bit. He's a round boy. This one's red too, so I think I'm making the buddies red. We'll just go with the red buddies. Yeah, entry level. Bootstrap mentality. Yeah, and oh man, the bootstrap thing. That's hard. Yeah, sketch, right? So that I'm going to attest to technology. So technology, when we were kids, started moving really fast, right? Like, whoa. But now, I had looked at a graphic. I'm not even going to try to, tell you where to find it or anything. I don't even know anymore. But I had seen, how fast technology moved in a span of years, in actual years, right? For our time, and then how fast it's moving now, and it's quadruple the amount of time. So what we learned from our parents being our age to us being, our age, and now we can't even fathom it, because the people in their 30s right now know something different than the people in their 20s, than the people in their teens. Whereas when we were in our teens, everybody was kind of learning the same thing at the same time, the 20s, 30s, whatever. It was all kind of learning together. Now it's everyone's learning a different chunk. So the relatability, and that's why people are trying to pin Gen Zers against millennials, against boomers, against all that stuff. Gen Y, is there a Y? I don't even know. All of that, pinning each other against each other, that's why there's so many, It was a really interesting concept because so many people have so many different, realities right now at the same time that we're having trouble relating. So I found that really interesting because it's very true, I feel. Well, there's Gen Z. That's, yeah. But I think there was a Gen Y, too. I can't remember. Oh, millennials are Y? Okay. Which is Gabe. Guy. Right? Well, it's weird because I'm supposed to be... I'm one of these ones that's in between, like, Gabe's and millennials. Like, I'm... The only way I know what it is I was referred to as one of the last street kids. Like, the last kids that played on the street. So I know what life was like before the internet and what life is like after the internet. Because I got a computer and the internet when I was around 11 or 12. And I didn't get a cell phone till I was probably 18, 19. It was for college, basically. I mean, I still had a rotary phone growing up. So I went through all that tech before I was 20. Like, that's nuts. I remember, parents whistling to get me home when I was 5. You know, how, like, movies would show a parent whistling out a door to get the kids home from the block. That was my age group, because I was born in 86. So I got tail end of the 80s, but mostly I'm a 90s kid, right? So it's really weird to think about, and I feel like that kind of made me a little bit smarter when it comes to learning things quicker, because I've had to all my life. All these things keep popping up, and I had to learn them throughout. So I thought that was really kind of interesting, but when I don't know how to work full time, I have to come up with See, that sucks, Serenity. I'm so sorry. I mean, you shouldn't have to give them a reason why you can't work full time. If you say you're working for part-time work, they should just say, okay, we'll look for part-time work for you. They shouldn't be like, why can't you use full-time? I would almost be really, weary of anybody who's prying into why you can't be full-time. Gabe is now the name of that gen. X, Y, and Z. I didn't mean to make fun of you. No, it's funny, Guy. I thought it was really funny. It was very on point. But even Gabe is different for his group. All his friends are a lot different than him, because he's very young up here. He's he'll admit it too. We've talked about it before, where he's set a little bit younger. Like, he has always surrounded himself with people that were around 10 years younger than him. I'm 6 years younger than him, so maybe that has something to do with it. But he went to school where, in college he was 25 and everybody else was 18, that sort of thing. So he's always been offset, which is really interesting that you would mention that, and I think that's interesting. I don't know. I felt old when I learned that they're going to stop teaching analog clocks to kids, or cursive. I was like, what? I thought you needed these things, Yeah, I had read that they were going to stop teaching how to read analog clocks, which is hilarious because I had an ex-boyfriend who could not read analog clocks. I don't know what his deal was. I would, point to a clock and be, what time is it? He didn't know. And it's not like he was, stunted or dumb or anything. He just didn't care. Which I get, but, you should still, I feel, be taught that. But then again, how many clocks are analog? I don't know. It's one of those things. It's like we immediately ask why, and we might get mad about it. But it's like, you don't know the world they're living in anymore, so maybe it makes sense. And I try to remind myself this crap all the time. Yeah, analog has the hands. Digital looks like a digital clock. Really, Kristen? Yeah, because Kristen has younger kids, so she'd be a good, like, compass to tell us what's going on in the kids' world. Yeah, I don't see why you wouldn't teach it. I don't know. Like, it seems somewhere at some point you'd need to. I get that most clocks are digital. I get that. I'm not denying that. But I think people should still know, you know? Like, I don't need to know how to do math in cuneiform, but for some reason I was taught it. I think cuneiform is a lot more rare than analog clocks. Just putting that out there. It's funny. It's just funny. That's so crazy, Kristen. Did they ever, like, ask you or send home a poll? Like, do you want us to teach your kids this thing? Or is that like a PTA type of thing? Do PTAs still exist? I don't know. Cuneiform was like Samaria in Mesopotamia and all that crap. Which I actually really like that era because it was, you know, BC times. And I like learning about, you know, ancient civilizations like Babylon and junk. But, yeah. Did I ever need to know cuneiform? No. Did I have probably a test in how to do math in it? I'm almost positive. It's funny. Really, you don't, Kristen? Oh, that's so messed up. Cuneiform? Here. It's spelled like cuneiform. I think. Pretty sure. Oh, wow, guy. That's crazy. Yeah, we learned that in school. It was in high school. I'd be hard pressed to figure out what grade. I'm gonna say it was in 2011 because I think right before that, so that would be, maybe it was like 15 or 16, and it was in like a no, maybe it was social studies, because I think it was like the same year as 9/11. Wait, was 9/11 2011? No, it wasn't. Oh my god, sorry, 2001. Hold up, I told you, you cannot do math when you're streaming. You can't. I think September 11th was 2001. Yeah, okay. So I was 15 or 16, and I was in English class when that happened. And then right after that class, I had social studies, which that's the room I learned that in. So I think, final answer, I was around 15 or 16 for learning cuneiform. You're not even taught cursive? Interesting. So my handwriting is actually a mix of printing and cursive. So personally, I feel good I learned cursive because, I don't know, my handwriting's still shit no matter what, but it's funny. Soon be all they talked about was voting on school using funds. Oh, wow. Badger, that sounds crazy. That doesn't sound helpful at all. Are you serious, Kristen? I would lose my damn mind. You know, I had thought about it, and I feel like if I had kids, I would absolutely homeschool them. Because, Jesus Christ, I would not depend on somebody else. It's, ugh. Don't do math, kids. Oh yeah, so your craft streams, at least you're in the zone for doing that. I only do math once in a while. Honestly, not very much. Oh, good for you, Kristen. Thank you. Oh, linked letters. Yeah, I mean, that's cursive. But, like, if you look up cursive and you look at the images and you see how it's written, like, is it the same shapes for the linked letters? Linked letters, that's so cute. I love that. They were teaching us the culture that used cuneiform and how, like, it ended up being a basis for calendars and math and just stuff in general. So it was good to learn. I don't regret it. I thought it was really cool, actually. From an artist perspective, I thought that was really neat. It was very much like hieroglyphics in their own right, you know, but different and much more complex. I feel like a lot of learning about ancient cultures during school was to give them respect for, you know, actually building on what we have now, so we know where things came from. So I thought it was pretty cool. I mean, it stuck with me till now, 20 some years later. That's pretty good, right? But no, I really enjoyed that. I don't know, my schooling wasn't so bad. I actually really liked a good amount of it, really. I question more what I learned in college than what I learned in public school. But public school now is almost, from what I see in the news, it's way too politically charged, where teachers are not telling things because of other things, and I don't even know. If I had kids, I wouldn't even want to touch that. It's way too political now instead of just being facts and such. Yeah, Kristen, I would be too. That's what I'm talking about. Holy crap. Serenity. Oh no, Sketch. Can everybody else hear and see the stream? Or is it screwed up for everybody? Oh, that's crazy. Wow. Yeah, I suppose if you're doing homeschool, it'd be good to have connections with other parents that were doing homeschool, so at least, like, you get that socialization aspect. That makes sense, Kristen. Yeah, I could see that. I have trust issues with other people, though, for, like, pretty hardcore, so I wouldn't want anybody else teaching my kids things if I were a parent. Like, I would just be too paranoid. I know it. I spent way too long on this. I've been talking. Alright, one more thing, and then I'm gonna switch to the other one. Did it really? Oh. Interesting, Laura. I didn't sketch, no. I just absorbed. Well, I'm glad you're monitoring what they're learning and missing. what do you do if they get taught something you don't agree with? Can you actually unteach them? Oh my god, Badger, that would drive me nuts. Oh god. Ugh, that stresses me out for you guys. What was I gonna do with this? Oh, this is water. I'm holding this color. I'm like, what is this? It's water. Okay. Sucks because I think I would probably make a decent parent, since I have so much that I would let my kid decide on their own, and, you know, freedom wise and religion and all that stuff. Like, all that stuff's there. But in terms of, like, you know, trusting other people and getting my kid out to play with other kids and their parents, that's where I would fail. I would be too afraid that there'd be molesters at school or crazy things like that. Like, I'd be too afraid of everything. And then when they became a teenager, I'd be too worried about them driving and stuff. It's just, like, I wouldn't be able to handle it. I know I wouldn't. Really, capitals are incorrect. Even for proper nouns? Oh, I'm glad it's easy to fix, Kristen. That's good to hear. They're still teaching that Columbus is a pimp? Man. Dude's a doucher. Really? Oh, those poor teachers, guy. They have to read all these kids' papers in cursive. That's crazy. This is almost too blue. It's not green. This is gonna require more. I'll just say more. Let's go on to Snake Guy. This one is bigger, so I'm gonna... This one's like 8 by 10. You know, I should probably shrink my jar. Oh man, that's hooked into so many things though. Watch out, here come the things. I'll shrink it later. Oh, night, Laura. Yeah, thank you for hanging with us. We try to have interesting conversations. Try. Oh, never using a lowercase. Oh. One hand and see how it goes. What are we talking about, Panther? Has your skills boyfriend's interesting? Oh yeah. If you're lukewarm about kids though, in my opinion, I wouldn't jump into it. Like, I don't know. I feel like anybody who's not 100% like, let's do it, that's thought about it for a while. Before you have kids, maybe have a dog. Like, I feel like that's a good step. But I do feel like there are some people that just don't like young humans, little humans. I adore animals, but I do not like human children. Like, I will play with them, I'll have fun with them, but to have my own, no, I have zero interest in that. If you have zero interest in that, or pregnancy creeps you out, I feel like it's like Alien and it's a symbiote or a parasite or something in me. Like, I don't like the idea of pregnancy. Pregnancy creeps me the fuck out. So there's too much that have to do with children that I do not like. So for me to have kids, no, it's not for me. And I mean, don't let someone pressure you into it either. My ex-husband really did want kids, and I didn't know that right away. And it ended up where he really wanted kids, apparently. I wasn't aware he wanted them that badly, so that's that. You know what happened there. Granted, we split ways for other reasons, but that was obviously going to be part of it at some point. And what does he do? He immediately has, like, a kid with someone. We know your intentions. Anyway. So, just be careful. I don't want you to get into something where, like, you never really had it. If you're lukewarm on it. Because he almost talked me into having him. And I was like, no, you know what? I'm so glad that I thought about it. You have cats? True. Well, I guess if you're cat people, like, getting a dog wouldn't make sense, but yeah. And I know kids aren't parasites, and I'm not trying to make them sound bad or whatever, but that's personally what I feel like about it. Like, it's a really weird feeling for me. And I know they're not, so... Yeah, you'll change your mind. No. I really feel like there are people that just don't want them. Like, I never think about it. Ever. It's really weird. Yeah, in Serenity, I feel the same, but I don't want to offend anybody who, you know, doesn't think they're parasites. But, yeah, I mean, there are people that don't want kids. There are people that... Like, honestly, I would be more than happy to adopt a kid that's, like, at 10 years old or older. I'm okay with that. I'd do that. Like, if I'm 50 and I'm alone and, like, Gabe died or something and I was like, I have so much knowledge to impart and I kind of want some company and I want to take care of someone and I want more responsibility than a dog, I'd adopt a kid. For real. I think that'd be fun. Or being a big sister or something, like in a program, sure. That all sounds fine to me. I could see myself doing that. But I have never been able to actually visually picture myself getting out of a minivan, uncoiling like a stroller, and pulling a child out of a back seat. I've never even babysat, you guys. Like, I have not had any contact really with a baby. I'm like, nope. And anytime I've seen one, I've been a distance, you know. It's just hasn't been in my radar. And I know some women just always want to grow up to be moms, or some guys want to be dads or whatever. Cool. If that's in your thing, that's what you want to do, cool. That's you. That's fine. Nothing against that. And even if I did, it wouldn't matter. It's not... Why do people care so much about what other people think? Don't... Oh, weird Serenity. I would have sat her down and talked to her about that. Yeah, Fox, yeah. What guy? What are you watching? Oh Yeah, so if anybody here I know has any like experience to impart, it's Adorable Kittens. She has 3 kids and she knows a lot. So if she's saying you aren't 100% positive, don't do it. And I have no kids, no experience with kids or anything like that, and I'm saying the same thing. So if you aren't sure, and that goes for any big decision, if you're not sure on buying a house, if you're not sure on getting a car, don't do it yet. You know? You can't even talk about quantum physics with children. What's the point of them? Interested in it, it's been hard, no. Though he's been understanding and not pushy, I definitely struggle trying to read the age. I've tried to express the importance of some things why other things aren't perfect. Yeah, one of the things I would really find uncomfortable with kids is that they're so embarrassing and they're not funny and they say things that are inappropriate, and I'm like, that wasn't even funny or cool. I don't understand kids. I have a very hard time with that, which is so weird because a lot of the stuff I do is so kid-like. And you know what? When I see them at conventions, I'm fine. They come up and they play with stuff and they're looking at things. I know how to talk to them. I'm fine. But if I'm alone with them, I don't know what to do. I'm scared of them. I don't know what to do. I don't know how to talk to him. I just talk to him like an adult because I've always heard that baby talk is bad. So I just talk to him like, what's up? You know, I don't. Oh, yeah. In sketch, that's just people having antiquated thinking. It's one of those things where it sucks because it's like you have to almost tell yourself you know more than them to rise above the feeling of what you'll get out of that exchange. But it sucks because then you're egotistical. But it's like you have to almost do that and say, no, they've got an antiquated form of thinking. So because of that, you know, I have to I know better and don't be affected by them, you know. I know that's easier said than done. Oh God, Guy. That show would drive me nuts. But it's worse than cringe humor though, because you know they're serious. Like and just the weird things kids do that you never hear about unless it's from like a friend's friend. Like they smeared crap all over like a dresser drawer in the room and all that kind of stuff. I don't want to deal with that. I don't want to deal with that. I hate the idea of people going through my things. I have nothing to hide, but I hate the idea of I'm an only child. Let's just put that out there. I'm an only child, okay? I hate sharing. I got my things, they're my things. Okay? I'd make a terrible parent for that reason alone. It's my stuff. Don't touch it. If I put it somewhere, I don't want it found or touched because it's mine. Anyway. So I already know, but the stuff I know would be good in a kid's head. It's just, I can't do that. Oh, I see what you mean, Badger. Daniel Tiger, cute. I heard Daniel Tiger is quite popular. Kids can be so great though. See, that's the weird thing. I love the idea of children. I love the perfected idea of them. The one that's been polished and they're perfect and they're cute and they wear things and all the bad things don't exist. I love the idea of children. I just want to keep it that way. Yeah, as long as you're not forcing them to do anything, Guy. Yeah. Oh, that's good. Oh, a cute sketch. I like that story. Okay. Another painting. Let's go. Number 3. I cleaned my palette this time. He looked like you? Oh. What a handsome little man. Okay. What am I guess these are gonna be kind of brown ropes. Hi Crane, how you doing? I am okay. How did I print the line art? I did it digitally. Actually, all the ones I've been working on this stream, I did last week's stream. So you can see them kind of come into being if you want. I did them on Clip Studio on the computer. I think it's funny I have to say that. Instead of the iPad. I did it on the computer so I could stream it. And then I printed it out. We have a Canon printer. I printed it out on Arch's hot press paper. And now I've got the line art. However, the line art kind of disappears once you start painting over it. Depending on how light you do it. Like I typically, this is actually a lot darker than I wanted it, but I'll deal with it. I usually print out the line art to be like 20% opacity, so it does kind of go away, so I can reline it with a colored pencil when I'm done. So it looks more fully traditional, which is, the look I want. But it is clean because it is digital. And I took some feedback from people during the stream last week to make these, so if you want to see how they were conceived, you can do that on last week's stream. Ten to 12, they need to build their social status. That's not true. You're just more free to do your own thing. Interesting. Just procrastinating. Oh, Crane. You guy. Maybe be okay. Someone said, did these things done? The answer is no, they should not be. Yeah. If you wouldn't want it done to you, don't do it. Aw, plastic surgery for her ear. Aw, dog, no. Does the print bleed out? It's, if you let it dry long enough, typically it is waterproof. So like this is one earlier. This one started to bleed just because this was pretty quickly off the printer. I did not really let it dry, but it should not bleed. This other one we were doing this stream too. The lines, see what I mean though? They kind of disappear in the sense that the color all around them kind of gets louder than them. So I'll go back into this. I'll add gel pen, paint, colored pencil, things like that to this, and it'll be a lot more solidified. Right now it's super loose and it's maybe 30% done, somewhere in there. Same with this one. They're very, very early stages. But the ink for the most part stays on. Like, you don't have to worry too much. And even if it does kind of bleed a bit, you can work with it. Because what I also do is I I have an idea of kind of the colors I'm going to use on it, so I tint the line art to be around that color palette. So like this one, it's a little bit orangey. The other two were like blue and green. So when you're doing this, you know, tint it that, push the opacity to be like really, really light, 20-30%, somewhere in there. And it works really well. I actually learned this from Gabe, who's going to be streaming tomorrow at 2 p.m. CST. So if you want to see him paint, draw, whatever, that's his information there. I also like they're easy. Not running in the hall or jumping on the basement stairs. Pathfinder 2 game. We're getting our butts handed to us by a ghost. Damn, how are you gonna F that ghost? Yeah, when you fall it hurts more, it's true. What's it for? Myself. To sell. So up here at the top of the screen, I've started putting like what I'm working on each stream and if it's available to purchase. So you'll know or not if it's purchasable or if it's for Patreon, let's say, things like that. So these are just to sell. Every Saturday now I try to take an hour or two. I'm going a little long this Saturday, but for myself, because all the other hours of all the other days are not my own. I'm working on things for other people. So when I'm streaming, I'm trying to do things for myself. Talk to your kids like the kids age. Talk to your kid from 0 to 10. Manage feeding and wiping. Yeah, it's kind of sad. Thanks, Fox. Yeah, I have to give credit to Gabbo because I learned it from him. He does really cool things. So like one of the ones he did recently that uses this technique. He was like a nighttime taco stand. Let me link it. And he sells the line art with the painting if you buy the original painting and the print, I think, actually. So hold on. It's making me sign in. Oh my god. Security code. Come on. I am on a stream. I do not have time for this. Give me my code. It's not even giving me my code. Oh wait, it's on our website. Maybe. Yes. Oh, here we go, code. I wonder how many times people have been sharing their screen and then they type in their password and everybody sees their password. That would be funny. Okay. So I know this one he did, and this one, here we go. So both of these he did the same way that I'm doing it. That was a watercolor he did. And I've since, like, on all my watercolors within the past year, I've started doing it this way too. So if you look at my Instagram, you'll see all the watercolors I'm doing are basically the same thing. A cute sketch. I love it. Client work is a drain. Yeah, just dealing with people is a drain. Let's be honest. I don't know. God, I kind of wanted this to be an autumn piece, but I don't know now. Maybe not. I want the shadows to be kind of blue. You know what? If I were this snake and I was doing branding for myself, I would make my banner be red to catch the attention of passerby. I have to put myself in the shoes of this snake, in the snake's marketing position, I guess. See how weird art can get? I must become the snake. He is selling snake oil. I must as well become the merchant. The merchant of dreams. Okay, the only tough part about doing watercolor sometimes on stream is once you put it down, you have to keep moving it. So I will look up at the chat once I have finished pushing this around on the paper, which is literally what I'm doing. I have to keep pushing it or else it'll dry and then there'll be walls and then it's a mess. I know I say this every year, and I'm getting tired of saying it, and I'm hoping this is the last time I say it, but this time, next year, I should be done with all my commissions, and I will be working on things I actually really, really want to do. This is just a small thing that it's like a one-off sort of deal. But I will be doing it next year. The good things. Oh man, I haven't shared my recent thing. Hold on, a little bit of marketing. If you got $4 to spend every month and you want a little bit of fun lore every month, that's not quite as expensive as my other sticker tier, because I have a sticker monthly club thing now. These little ditties. There's a painting on the front, and on the back is a story. I send you that every month. And for international people, it's $5. The extra $1 is literally just for paying for postage. So this is Arches. I really like Arches. It's hot press paper. Oh, chocolate mice, cute. It's gonna be a laugh. I've been doing it the past, I don't know how many years. Kristen's been here for them, so has Serenity. How many years have I been saying next year this time? It's so sad. Like, it's sad. But this time, I really mean it this time. I can see the end, and I'm not going to let it get worse. I can see the end. So what I'm going to probably end up doing is not only not going to cons as much, but also to raise the price. So I don't get them as often, and if I do, the time is really well paid for. So if anybody is at any point wanting a pet portrait from me, it'd be better that you buy it sooner than later, because the price is probably going to go up. It's not that I don't want to work on them as much, it's just I want to work on other things more, if that makes sense. I refuse to answer the question. God damn it. Thank you, Kristen, for saying I deserve to work at my projects. Thank you. How often do I work digitally? Nowadays, probably like, probably 40% of the time. I don't know. I worked all my life basically digitally, but I also did traditionally too. It's weird. I've had a pretty 50-50 mix for my entire life. Well, since I was 12. Before that, obviously, it was traditional. But I've had like a Photoshop since I was 12. So it's been on for a while. I mean, I know my way around digital stuff. So that's nice. Two towers as in Lord of the Rings? That kind of thing? We're talking the same two towers? So you want another story that's like that? Is that what you're asking, Guy? Man, if my friend Alex were here, he'd be able to chime in. He's read so many fantasy books. You know, you might want to ask that in our Discord. I bet you'll get a ton of answers. And then I can push Alex to go look and give you some recommendations. Because, yeah, I don't know off the top of my head. Maybe somebody else here does. Oh, yeah, guitar. Meow, meow. This does not, like, fit right now. He is a snake merchant. How dare you? Sorry, he's not a merchant of snakes, but he is a merchant that is snake. Snake is merchant. That have a rivalry between cities. I mean, isn't there literally a book called Tale of Two Cities? Like, isn't that a Charles Dickens book? Someone back me up. Pretty sure. I'm sure I did, Crane. I can't pinpoint it right now, but I'm pretty sure there's been one. Honestly, it would probably be a couple times, depending on what I was working on. So, like, if I was in, like, 3ds Max, actually having that program click in my brain, versus, like, when I was working in Unity, you know. I feel like, depending on the program, it's going to take you a while to have all that kind of click. So I wouldn't say just digitally as a blanket, but per program, yes. Absolutely. I read it in school, but I don't recall it at all. But yeah, I think there is Tale of Two Cities. Trying to think if there are other... I don't know if that was fantasy, though. I can't say whether or not that was fantasy. I mean, it was fiction, but I don't remember it really being, like, fantasy. I mean, it was Victorian, I think. I don't think it was, like, Edwardian or something. wanted to see Mortal Engines. Everywhere I look, though, it's like expensive. Did you see the movie Crane? Was it good? Oh man, okay. I'm gonna just go for it right here. I'm gonna put down the color I want to use for the shadow, and then I'm gonna try putting the color for the pots over that at some point. We're gonna see how that goes. The best thing about this is if I hate it and I don't like it, I can print out another one and try again. On Prime? Really? It was on Prime? I don't remember it being free on Prime. Damn it. Must have missed that. Damn it. So it's not now, obviously? Well, that's what I get for not jumping on it. Oh yeah, I feel like a lot of sci-fi should be a series instead of a movie. Like, why didn't they make a Dune series? I know there's enough there for a series, and every time they try to make a movie, it seems like it's just rushed. Granted, the new one might be really good. Oh, dang. Oh, yeah, Serenity's right. Alita was, yeah. It was more about, like the rich and the poor. I don't know if that matters more. There's a storyline in Parks and Rec about two cities. Eagleton versus Pawnee. There's that. Oh, thank you for the chicken sketch. I will take good care of her. Yeah, it would have been nice. We have the manga, I just didn't read it. I feel like a jerk. Alright, let's put some green out here. Trying to look at where the glare is on the grass. So I get the right kind of effect I want. I don't think City for Lost Children, or City of Lost Children, I don't think that one was two cities. Was Brazil about two cities? That was just one city. Never mind. I'm trying to think. I can think of like a lot of movies that are about one city that's at war with itself. This is good. This will at least give me an idea of where my boundaries are. Boundaries are. I'm excited that I'm kind of trading in one of my tiers on Patreon. I'm changing to be more of a sticker club starting next month. I mean, it's active this month. You'll just get this month's Guardian, I call them, as a sticker thing. But I'm excited for it. I think it'll be a lot better than what it was. Is anybody excited for anything happening in August? Anything in particular? When does school start now? I know it's probably going to be different everywhere, but Gabe was saying that schools were already doing, or stores were already doing back to school sales and stuff. Is that already like now? That's crazy. August 11th, wow. I'd never known it to be in August. I've always thought it was just September. What's skatebirds? Are they birds that skateboard? Serenity. Are they birds that skateboard? I will also get excited about this. Tell me it is. It's a game. Damn it. Well, okay, wait a minute. Is it skateboarding birds? Because I have a problem with the fact that skateboarding games don't have a bulldog option where you can't skateboard as a bulldog. I know you can do this, companies. I know you can do this. Oh my god. What console is it for? Oh my god, I need a skateboarding bird game. Christmas and summer? Get out of here. Get out. No. It's so bad. Maryland was after land. Depends on if the state has a lot of tourists. Interesting. Huh. I know in Minnesota it was always after Labor Day. Really? I feel like skateboarding bulldogs are like mainstream now. Like it's a thing. But then again, I have a bulldog, so maybe I only assume it's mainstream because I see it all the time. Yeah, that's probably it. I'm sorry. I assumed. Oh my god, Skateboard. Oh, it's on Steam. Serenity, do you plan on getting the Steam handheld? The very, very expensive Steam handheld? I wonder if they're going to lower that at any point. I know they have every right to charge that much for it, but man, I've already spent so much money on Steam. In the past. I have no time to play anything anymore, but man, I was one of those people that bought things and then wouldn't play them for the longest time. I'm sure many of you who are Steam people are like that. Mainstream sponge on a web. Cute. Well, it's funny because Gabe and I were playing Tony Hawk Pro Skater 2. A great game. It's mine, and we finally set up all our old systems, so we were playing games. And we were playing it, and I was like, man, why hasn't a skateboarding game come out with a skateboarding bulldog? You see so many like videos online of skateboarding bulldogs. I'm just asking this one thing, that's all. That's all. I'm not gonna protest. I'm not gonna do anything like that. I'm just asking. That's all. Oh, good guy. I'm glad. How am I supposed to spend money on an overpriced console? Fair enough. Very fair. Yeah, that's a good point. I thought the Fallout dog, though, was made from one of the programmer's actual dogs. And I think that dog died recently. Not to bring anything down, but I remember hearing that it had died. I'm sorry if that ruined anyone's day. So wasn't he called Dog Meat or something? Something meat. I didn't play Fallout. I can't play those games. Just because it's too open world games and me. I don't know what it is. I can't even explain it to you. I'm also that very, very small percentage of people that does not like Breath of the Wild. And I'm a hardcore Zelda fan, and I do not like Breath of the Wild. It does not play like a regular Zelda to me, and that always bothered me. Like, to me, Breath of the Wild is like Final Fantasy X. And I don't like Final Fantasy X. My last favorite Final Fantasy was 9. I'm just an old curmudgeon when it comes to games. Sorry. I'm gonna get probably a wall of text in a minute about the Breath of the Wild thing, but man, I couldn't get into it. It was not my Zelda, and that's okay. It's for a different, like, I don't know, different era of player, we'll say. Now this is going to be difficult because I have to draw, or rather paint, a bunch of different pots, but to have them each look a little bit different. But to still be in the same style, if that makes sense. Yeah, I liked 14. 14 felt like 9 to me. And yeah, I agree with you on the monthly fee thing. If I had the time for that, oh my god, it would be worth it. Honestly, I'd probably do it. I would 100% do it. I played for maybe a month and I was just happy. It reminded me of WoW, but better. I liked it. I don't hate this new way that I did the shadow. It's actually kind of nice. I feel a little cheap for it, because one of my favorite watercolor artists, he definitely does not do it this way. He is crazy though. He's like next level. If anybody reminds me or remembers me going kind of crazy over Mateus, God, he's so next level. Dude is crazy good. And yeah, I would love to be as good as him, but he like mixes every single color. That's for like shadow and everything. Dude is nuts. I also know somebody who is so obsessed with Final Fantasy XIV, and like she went way crazy about it. Like, we didn't see her or hear from her for a long time. But she would post like her achievements from the game. So it was hard because it's like I don't want to like know what's coming, but I do want to know what's coming in the game, but I don't know. It's like, you know when you get something kind of spoiled for you and you're like, well, no, I don't really want to play. It was that sort of feeling. Or when she was doing that and she was posting it, I was like, oh, well, I've seen that now. I'm gonna have to blend these a bit better. That didn't end up how I wanted it to. It is a different game nowadays. They stopped Classic, right? I remember they had brought back Classic, and then I thought they had stopped it. I don't know what color I'm gonna make the snake. That's green, that's red. Thought about orange, but that's too close to the wood. Brown's too close to the wood. Blue, green, maybe. Yellow, maybe like a yellow. Teal? Nah, teal's too jarring right now. Purple? No. Pink? Maybe just kind of an evergreen green. A blue green. Yeah, well, yeah, that looks good. Typical, but not too bad. Okay, see? At least those are still going. Yeah, it's the newer ones. I don't know. The Pandarin were a cute, like, addition. It's kind of funny. It's close to pandering. LOL. They were cute, but I don't know. I feel like around that time it was like, well, maybe we're done here. I don't even know what those are. Are those bunny folk? I haven't, like, been up to speed on WoW in a long time. Oh, foxes? Cute. You know what would do well in a game right now if they had frog people? Frog people would bring in the money. It really would. I tell you what, a bunch of people would come in, play the game, never even played the game before. You say you can be a frog. Oh, in their desert. Cute. They've got to be careful with that because they could really just start adding animal races like crazy. I feel like if they add another race soon, it should be something that's not animal based. Just because if they go down that road, it's gonna get muddy. I mean, I remember when an ex of mine freaked out when they added the Draenei, because then they're like, outer space, whatever. It's like, yeah, kind of a stretch. Oh well. When they start adding stuff, there's gonna be stuff not everybody likes, you know. It's just how that stuff goes. Spaghetti. Thank you, Badger. Thank you. Yeah, I couldn't agree more. Going outer space before, like, maybe they thought they'd be done soon, though. Maybe that's what part of that was. Maybe they didn't expect to do the whole Pandaren thing and all that afterwards. I mean, that game has been around for ever. Like, crazy long time. There had to be a point where Blizzard's like, I don't know, is this gonna keep going? Are we gonna keep going? Oh, this is really therapeutic. Doing this grass like this. Oh man. Oh, this is nice. I'm enjoying myself. It's the little things, y'all. It's the little things. For those that are lurking or who haven't been here before, I stream on Saturdays at 2 p.m. CST. And it's kind of up in the air what I do. Sometimes I'll be doing watercolor, sometimes I'll be doing marker, sometimes I'll be doing pastel and marker, sometimes I'll do digital. Last weekend I did digital. Digital. Kind of do whatever I feel like. Sometimes there are things that I'm selling, sometimes there's not. All the ones I'm doing today are for sale. So if one strikes your fancy, let me know. You can lock that in. You get first dibs because you're here with me in person while I do it. So I consider that special. Special. Yeah, the thing that they've got still though is people my age that grew up with it. They're gonna still do it when they're not raising their kids. They're gonna be doing that. Gabe and I were joking about old folks' homes in like 50 years when we're all gonna be there and they're gonna have LAN parties and they're gonna be playing Warcraft, and honestly it's probably gonna be lit. There might be arcade cabinets and, you know, all that kind of stuff. No bingo for us. We're going to be yelling at each other in Halo. It'll be cute. Probably have a tier system for, like, cashing in points for an eraser or something, like an arcade. Yep, D&D. Oh, can you imagine all these seniors surrounding a table, and there's a DM, and he's got his cane, and they're all dressed like LARPing? Oh my god. Like, there's an old wizard, and oh my god. This is so cute. Maybe one's a barbarian, and they have a little foam axe that they're holding. Oh my god. My heart. Oh god. It's weird because I think of old people and the elderly kind of like people think of probably babies and stuff. If I see a little old man that's adorable, I kind of squee. I love the elderly. I think they're so damn cute. I'm such a backwards person. But you know what? I grew up basically in an old folks' home, so I have a very soft spot for old people. Yep, Serenity's gonna be locked in her room, still playing Guild Wars. And some of us are gonna be on tablets drawing. I know a few of my friends who would just be still in their little nursing home rooms drawing. I think it's gonna be really weird too because, and this is just me assuming, but since a lot of us didn't grow up with how important family is and things like that, it's not going to be the same situation, because when I grew up working and volunteering in a nursing home, those people were so used to family meaning something, really important. But I feel like our generations don't put as much emphasis on family, and I feel like because of that, Christmases and stuff won't be as sad when we're older, and maybe we're gonna have more camaraderie because of it, and it's like, yeah, we're all old, let's hang out and do D&D and stuff like that. Like, maybe we'll be a lot more, I don't know, just reliant on each other or ourselves than the age old. There's a lot of old people here, and no one's showing up for Christmas for them, and they're staring out a window. That's the kind of stuff that gets at me. Like, that makes me sad. But that's what I grew up with. But when we're old, I don't know if that's as sad anymore. I don't know if that's going to even be happening. Most of us might even be on the internet, in our rooms. Like, we won't have that. I'm sure some of us will still miss our families, and no one will come see us at Christmas, and it'll be sad, but it won't be the same thing. You know what I mean? Like, it'll be different. I think that's interesting. Because of the ideals and, who knows? Maybe old folks' homes won't even be around when we're old, and, like, the booming industry will be like nurses coming to our homes because we're too stubborn to leave our collections and our, our systems and things like that. Maybe that's more likely. It's hard to tell. Yeah, it's interesting. Why am I getting recommended these weird videos? Yeah, I don't even know what that is. You watch Sex in the City once, and you start getting all these recommendations. I really screwed up my own algorithm on this. It is now, but I wonder if in the future, if it becomes normal, to like have in-home care, which is even more expensive than nursing homes and assisted living. I wonder then if that becomes the norm, if it becomes more affordable. I couldn't think of the word affordable. I think I'm going to be stopping soon just because I need to eat food. But you know what? Maybe, tell you what, I'm going to power through. I'm going to take like a 5-minute break, okay? And then I'll be back. Is that okay? So give me like 5-10ish minutes. I'll be back. Okay, hi. Hi, I'm back. Oh, okay, we got this Snake Hill. Hi, everybody. I pounded some peanuts, some almonds, and some chia pudding I made. Because I'm that guy now. I am that guy. Ugh. Thank you! Welcome back yourself. Something. Thank you, Serenity. Welcome back indeed. Oh man. Switch up. Anything happened while I was gone? Doesn't look like it. That's okay. I'm okay with that. There are 18 of you here. What are you all doing? Is everybody eating? I'm writing a story. Well, good job, guy. I'm proud of you. Is it for anything or is it just for fun? When I say for anything, I mean like, is it for a class? Is it for yourself? Speaking of stories, if anybody is waiting on Journey June info for the class, I will be sending that out either tomorrow or Monday. Legumes. Okay, so I know peanuts are basically legumes, but what are almonds then? Are they a berry? Are almonds a berry? I'm excited. What do you mean, guy? Oh, creepy badger. Why would they do that? It feels unprofessional that they would have something like that. Oh, almonds are seeds. Aren't peanut seeds then? Dead inside from chops. I'm sorry, Badger. That's gotta be hard. I do not look forward to going back out into the jobosphere when I have to. If I have to. I'm gonna try to make this art thing work as long as possible, but I am not above the idea that I might have to take on some normal shit. Peanuts are like peas. So it is like legumes. So you can't bury a peanut and get a peanut plant. Is what you're telling me. Yeah, oh my god, I'm the same. I mean, I trust everyone that I would list, but I don't want to, you know? I don't want to list them. Between, thank you for the follow. Welcome. Yeah, Serenity, don't do it yet. Yeah, how do you then get a peanut? How to peanut 101. Yeah, that's why I said legumes. I know they're legumes. But does that mean that there's a separate part of the peanut plant that is meant for procreation? What does it mean? Oh, like a potato. Potats. You know what I think is really cool, and I know this is going to sound super elementary, but like, I think it's so neat that I get so many overseas people. I think that's so cool. Storage units. I love that. Potatoes are like little plant barrels. Oh my god, my heart. Look who forgot all these corks. I did. Yeah. Oh my god, potato barrels. I'm so into this idea right now. It's such a good idea. Just hollow out a potato. It's a barrel now. It's like a gourd, I guess. Man, I like gourds. Gourds are so cool. You know what I did last year? I bought 2 emptied out gourds on Etsy. And they're still one of my most prized decorum. I feel silly for it, but man, I love them. I was going to do some things with them. I was going to make them into little bottles. But honestly, I'm just having fun keeping them as gourds. I like that guy. That's cool. So I was going to end it, but I don't want to right now because at this stage in the painting it would be a lot harder to pick it up again and to start doing it. So I'm just going to finish this stage out of it, get all the colors in there, and I should be pretty good to go. It's just I don't want to leave it for a week and then come back to it. They seem very aware. Yeah, I would never question a squid. I feel like they know what's up. Oh no, this one's starting to look like a Pokeball. Shit. Not on purpose. Damn it. Definitely not on purpose. America's Pokeball. No, you know what? I bet it's like an Ultra Ball or something. I forgot what the other Pokeballs are considered. Like, I know there's one that's got this coloring. Thank you, Cavendish. Do not ask me how it stays on. Magic. Oh, really, Guy? Oh, I like that. Well, I'm excited for you. I feel very honored to be here while you're writing your first fiction, your first fantasy fiction. I hope it's fun for you. It took me this entire stream to this point to get into the paint groove. Just so you know, like I'm finally in the spot where you're used to painting. Took me till now. I started at 2. So that's about 5 hours. Something in there. I feel like every piece I do, it's like, how many different versions of brown can I get out of this? It's very much most of my life. It's weird because I feel like switching gears on art mediums sometimes is tough. So like if I've been doing a lot with markers recently, switching to paint pretty quickly is kind of tough. And that's why it took me like 4 hours to have like a mental flip over. Weird, isn't it? It's true, but it's not like a creative mood or zone for me. It's just like remembering watercolor. I haven't done it for like a month. So remembering it takes a minute. It's like there's muscle memory you have to tap into that connects with your brain. And it's like once you get there, then you're like, yeah, okay, I know where we are. Cool. It just takes a minute. Or 5 hours. Somewhere in there. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. That's why these are off. Okay. Like I feel like it is one thing to try to get into the zone for creating, but to switch over from a different medium, I feel like you have to like park the car, go into reverse, and then go down a different road instead of just turning a corner. I should have done this yellow. Fuck. Might be able to change it. Might. No, Badger. Ew, did they just tell you that now? That's not fun. F those people. Yeah, that would be a tough thing then. I mean, remember, you're interviewing them as much as they're interviewing you. So if there is something that's like super red flag about it, that you're like, no, just cancel. So you don't want to work for something that's weird like that. Keep accidentally picking these paints that have oxidation specialties to them. Like certain paints like that you can get have a certain way they dry which is like, it's considered a feature. So like they turn colors and stuff. But I was an idiot and mixed them into my normal paint palette. So when you mix them with other colors, you get undesirable effects. So right now I've been dumb and I have to finish this out, but I've been mixing this one green that is enjoying changing colors. So I made my bed. Now I must sleep in it. You guys probably can't tell, but I can tell. Yeah, right? Like, it's just one of those things. That's weird. I'm surprised they'd be that particular. Seems like overkill. Unless maybe they're giving everyone the same like application to like non-dependent on department. So like whoever you are doesn't matter. They're just giving everybody the same one. Does it look like that? Does it look like a pretty like across the board application? It's true, if you got 2 phone numbers, have them call one of them. You're your own boss, act like you're someone else. Oh, different brands. Yeah, that makes sense. Yeah, you gotta be careful. Learn that the hard way. I just keep forgetting to bring them out of my palette. That's where I feel really dumb. It's like, just take them out. Like, I bet you anything I'm gonna forget. After the stream's over, I'm gonna forget to take them out. I'm gonna forget which ones they were. And I'll be like, well, next time I use them, I'll just figure it out then. And then next stream, I'll be cursing myself. Be like, well, why didn't I take them out? Because usually after a stream, I totally peel out. Like, I'm off the computer. I'm away from everything. Not to say that, you know, you guys are a drain or anything like that. You're not. You're not. It's just, I get tired. I'm not used to streaming as much as I used to. So, I get tired and then I want to just go eat. That's the big thing. I get cranky and I just want to eat. I think I just stumbled onto something. Apparently, all fantasy, like, concept art uses this blue as a shadow. Like, I know at least Zelda used this way. can't remember which one. I know there's a Game Informer that had Link on the cover that had this kind of blue shading to it. I thought it was for Ocarina, but it didn't seem like it was that long ago. Oh, I totally understand. Yeah, work will not love you back. That's a really good point. Anybody think they're gonna be at Gabe's stream tomorrow? I'll try to get him to paint something, but he might just be doodling. Either way, I mean, the dude's skilled, so I guarantee you'll be in for something. No, that was a pom. We have 2 poms and a bulldog. They have an Instagram if you would like to see it. I love that you can hear the dogs. This guy, he's standing out. He is not the right color or nothing. Homie. That's a bit better. Oh yeah, man, I feel you, Badger. Thank you, Serenity, thank you. Yeah, the fake it till you make it thing sucks. I feel like that's very, toxic, you know? Especially for those of us who can't fake it. I am not a fake it type of person. You get what you get with me. I will be courteous, and I will be like, you know, I will be nice. I'm not gonna be an a-hole, but I do have a filter, and I mean, I will try to be, you know, whatever, but I also have to be honest. I can't not be honest. Yeah. Yeah, the fraud thing. It was Chancho. Good ear, Serenity. He loves it though, Guy. He loves when you bug him. Hi, Raphael. Welcome. I gotta finish coloring all these pots. Do I feel like doing that right now? No. So maybe I won't. I don't know. Maybe this would be a decent point to stop at this point. I keep changing my, like, mind on the lighting. That's why I keep going back up to this. I'm just muddying the hell out of it. Right now. No, I don't. I really want to eat food right now. I'll be honest. There. That looks better. That's more what I was thinking. Yeah. I can get the actual highlights I want out of it too later. Because right now, I mean, I'd have to use my pastels, and I'm going to use those at the very end, but not right now. Not too bad. I am gonna color the tablecloth though. I tell you what. I know. Shit, I think one of these reds is that kind of red I was talking about. Dime. It depends, Serenity, on the look I'm going for, but if I can leave them as they are, I like that. I think the fact that I buy them like the way I would use them helps. So like I buy the colors that I would use. Because I remember Gabe and I had a back and forth about this. He thought that if you use the color straight from the tube, you were kind of less of an artist. And I told him you're not, because you found the color you need and you're just, cutting out wasted time. And eventually he kind of came around to my way of thinking. But if you find the color that's already the color you need, you don't need to mix it. Though I find I am mixing them a little bit. Just when I'm maybe changing what time of day it is. Otherwise, I find them, nowadays I'm mixing them on the paper more often than not. So all the white bits on here still need to be colored in. But I'm not there yet. Exactly. Yep. I feel you on that. I'm excited to finish up my painting studio at some point to show. I'm going to show the patrons like the inside of the studio and how I decorated it and stuff. But I only get maybe an hour a week to work on it. So right now it's at about 60% done for now. Just to the point where I've got everything unpacked. And keep in mind, I've been unpacking since April. I don't get very much time to unpack a week, so this is looking okay. I don't hate it. I like it. It's a little muddy in areas, forgivable. I tried something new with the lighting. I like it. Though I have to make sure not to just default to doing this every time in the future. I feel like when I figure out something works, then I might overdo it. So, gonna try not to do that in the future. So let's stop for now. I really want to paint all the rest of those, but I can't. I gotta leave it alone. I gotta go eat because I don't know if you've noticed, but I've really like I've slowed down. So what is news? What is news? Patreon update. It's gonna have August's colorable calendar, August device wallpaper, Tuesday. I'm gonna try to do it by Tuesday. Journey June emails, hopefully going out Monday. Hopefully. Gabe is streaming tomorrow, 2 p.m. CST, twitch.tv/Galvasaur. I think that's it. The next Patreon update's going to have a lot of stuff in it. It's going to have a lot of work in progress stuff. It's going to have a couple announcements. I'm dipping my toe in apparel again for the third time. So I'll have the mock-ups in that Patreon update that's everybody $3 and up. And so in the next month I should have that stuff. And then I'll have process animations too. So I hope everybody has a good week if I don't talk to you. I will see you again next Saturday, and hopefully we'll paint some more, because I would like to paint some more. I love painting. So for anybody who is here most of the time, thank you for coming. Later, taters. I love it. Badger, good luck with your job search. Next time we talk, I want to hear about it. I want to know how it went, all right? Everybody else have a good week. Stay cool. It's almost fall. A couple months, whatever. It's closer. Anyway. All right. See you later. Bye.